You at first.
Now I'm gonna put some.
And go live.
1, 2, 3. You're waving.
Go live.
Sounds fun. We are live.
Okay. So that's us. We seem to be live. How's my audio, by the way? Is it good?
Sounds good.
Good, good. Well, here we are, live and frisky, brisky. Just give me a second. I can hear this delayed on the other side. YouTube's open. I'm going to close my other laptop. I'm going to be 1 second.
Today, everybody, we're going to be talking about the tree of life. And I was at the Kava bar earlier talking about the tree of life. And the question came up, are you talking about the Celtic tree of life? We're going to be talking about all of the trees of life. The Celtic tree of life, the Axis Mundi, the Norse tree of life, and the Yggdrasil that gnaws on its roots, all that great stuff. It's going to be a great show.
Oh, yeah. The gateway.
Mm-hmm.
The doors between the worlds. All the worlds as they fit together.
The pillar.
The map.
Of the inner Taurus.
The map of it all. It's going to be a fascinating discussion. I'm just going to put on a warmer top.
I'm going to go check on.
Because the weather's suddenly changing. Literally now.
Yeah. We're getting cold
it's
nights.
6 p.m. here.
In the northern
So we've got this discussion, as Indy said, we're going to be talking about the tree of life. Obviously, the Axis Mundi, which is...
Oh, look, he got loose. Look, he got loose.
Which is a beautiful metaphor. What was that? I saw your face. Which is a beautiful metaphor for...
There he is. He's there at you. For
the center of the world and the center of the heart. And the totem pole is a reflection of this Axis Mundi. The metaphor. Oh, look at the little cutie. Ah, so beautiful, eh? Yeah, man. That's just so adorable when they're little. Well, they're adorable when they're big as well. But when they're little, they're just so cute. The danger is of wanting puppies. But
yeah.
I've got 3. Like, I'm not allowed to get any more. Like, I'll have the authorities on my butt saying, like, you need licenses. And, you know.
Right.
All that nonsense. You're supposed to have a license if you got more than 2. But one of them belongs to Joshua's mom, technically. So 2 of them belongs to me. I'm within my cap without having to license. And the idea of licensing animals just seems retarded.
It does to me too.
They would have us licensing everything. So here we are. I'm starting off with Indy Sage. I'm going to give a little bit of a background about Indy Sage, who Indy is. Indy is a shadow worker. He helps people engage with those repressed parts of their psyche, with the subconscious forces, the subconscious parts of themselves that have been lost in the ravages of time, repressed and suppressed, as this is how life often tends to be. And so this is what he does. He helps people uncover this and come to terms with this aspect of themselves. And so he's very in tune with the inner realms of the tree of life, because the tree of life, essentially, when we're talking about the roots of the tree of life, we're talking about the subconscious. And in the subconscious, we're talking about those shadow parts of ourselves that we've not been able to face. It's half of the tree, is it not?
It is indeed.
And it's interesting how we look at a tree and we don't realize how much of that tree is below the ground. Hello, Mexico. How are you doing, dear sweetheart? I hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous day. We're here starting off the Tree of Life discussion. And tell us a little bit about where you can be found.
Yeah, thank you for the great introduction. You can find me on Facebook at Indy Sage or Instagram at Raw Sentinel. My channel on YouTube is Naraka Thanatos. You can find me in the chats. I will post on there, so you can find my screen name and my channel. Also, I have my WordPress blog at vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. And as Franklin was mentioned earlier, I like the analogy of the tree with the roots that we don't see that are under the ground to really support that tree and provide it with its nutrients and its water and everything. But we don't see it. We don't really notice it, but it's there. And just like that, the shadow drives us. It really drives the way that we act, the way that we behave, the way that we treat others. And so, in that way, when we're in denial of our shadow within, it's controlling us, and it's causing us to point fingers externally. And we blame others for our problems. We can stay in denial of our issues, and it's easier for us to carry on without having to open that can of worms. But eventually in life, you have to go to a point where you're going to be able to work on self-mastery and deal with those issues that you've been carrying along. Because people say that your problems will follow you if you try to go away from them. They're coming from within. And so that problem within, it's only a problem because it's not been addressed yet. It should only be addressed when you have the right support network and spiritual tools to deal with it. So it's not something to just go through frivolously and say, oh, let's try to see what's in my shadow today, and let's open that can of worms. It can be an emotional wound. It can be trauma. It can be PTSD. There can be a lot of things that we carry with us that is suppressed. A lot of times it's suppressed emotions from childhood. Sadness is suppressed in males. Anger is suppressed in women. And there's always exceptions. But we have a lot of baggage that we carry with us, and that baggage can bring us down until it's dealt with. But when we deal with that baggage and it starts to lift us up, we become whole again. And what we used to consider our inner demons becomes part of ourselves again, and it becomes part of our authentic self that had been lost, that's gained back to become whole once again. So oftentimes with that comes your gift of unique offering from your soul to the world, to the universe. And if we don't have that ability to delve into our passions in our early life, we come across a midlife crisis where we get a second chance. And at that point, you can take that chance to go back and reawaken your passions. If you've been just working like a dog to get financially stable your whole life, but you've never been able to do what you want to do, what you're passionate about, that chance can come for you, even if it's late in the game. And I like to say better late than never. So for me, Carl Jung, who was the founder of shadow work, he said nobody starts living until they're 40. And that's true for me. I didn't get through the dark night of the soul and through my shadow work until I was 40, and I've really come out on top. I've become a new person, and people see me and they're like, "Where's the old you? You're smiling. Who is this guy?" So it's brought me great inner joy, and it's replaced that inner turmoil that I used to carry with me. So it's a beautiful analogy to consider it like a tree, and in that, the shadow is much like the roots of a tree, and it's like the roots of our being here in this plane. It really drives us, and it comes from our programming that happens between age 3 and 7. And so those cycles from the programming will repeat to be able to allow us to trace our way back and reprogram ourselves. And it's a whole process, but it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I love that. It's beautifully put, following the networks of the self, and how it's very interesting. Like, one of the sacred trees in India is called the banyan tree.
Yeah.
And yeah. So like when we speak of the tree of life in India, we might speak of the banyan tree.
Cool.
And I think if we speak of the tree in the West, we might be speaking of what? Cedar tree, Christmas and all of that. But I mean, there's lots of different places. I mean, what is it in Old Norse? It's Yggdrasil, I think. Is that the name? Let's check that. Yggdrasil, something like that.
Yeah. And then there's
Yes.
the Oriental mystery schools of the Greco-Roman period used pine trees like we do with the Christmas tree. They came from their pagan tradition, and they would use that tree to make a maypole, and then use that for a different ceremony. But they would put bells and candles on the tree to see if the spirits of the forest had come in. They would blow out the candles and ring the bells, and they're offering good blessings to the home.
Yeah, I actually, you remind me that we do have totem poles in Europe.
Yeah.
because that's what the maypole is. It's a totem pole, and it's decorated with symbols of divine.
Yeah.
And dancing around the totem pole would be
Beginning of
what
a new.
the celebration would involve,
Yep.
to raise that cone of energy
Mhm.
and to deepen our connection with the earth simultaneously.
Absolutely.
Because the whole idea is that the pole's got to go into the ground, and it also represents the Axis Mundi, which is the axis around which everything turns, or that point around which is turning. It's turning within everything as everything's turning around it. Sort of the whole universe is in a spiral, a toric field. So if we think of what a toric field represents, we are looking at a Axis Mundi, which is an axis which is turning in two directions. Weird as that is as a concept, that turns into itself to turn out and turns out of itself to turn in. And basically a double-ended spiral. And the Hitler hijacked the symbol for this. That cross, the spinning cross, represents this. So whenever we see that symbol, that is a hidden symbol, meaning the tree of life, meaning the Axis Mundi, meaning the point of the center around which everything is turning.
Yeah.
So the tree represents that the sun and the moon rise and fall over the tree. So in the ancient times, before we had structures, our ancient people would use the trees as markers. They would pick a place in a grove and they would use the trees as markers for where the planets are coming and going. And like in the earlier points, to see what was happening in the heavens, because you need a point of fixed reference in order to see other things moving. And so the tree's always been simple. In fact, let's look at the roots of the word tree, which I always find interesting. Now, I'm sure we can go back way later, and we will. But if we just go into Old English, in Old English, it comes from the word trio. And trio, which is where the word comes from, is the same root word for trust. So the word tree and the word trust and the word faith is a similar meaning to the word tree, if we think about it, which is rather interesting if you consider this. And if we want to go further back into other languages now, obviously understanding that English is a Indo-European language. The Indo-European languages found their roots between India and Persia and these places, where the languages were all more mixed up in the Indus Valley and next to the Indus Valley. Welcome, Elliot. Much love, blessings, peace, honor. Hope you're well. So in India, the word triya, right? Tri means three, and triya, triyambakam, is a part of a mantra. It's a very important mantra. It's a long life mantra. So this mantra starts with the word, and the root of that word is where the root of tree is connected to, if you think about it. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urfar Ukamiva Bhantanan Mrityor Mokshiyamamritat. So that is the long life mantra that you will maybe hear if you go to certain temples in India. And the root of that mantra starts with triya, triyam, triyambikam. So sometimes pronounced vikam. But the triya, trio, you can see the roots of this word. And so it represents the Trinity. And we can see how the tree represents the Trinity with having the roots, the body, and the leaves. Three parts of the tree that have three separate purposes. We have the xylophlem. Is it called xylophlem? The xylem and xylophlem, I think.
There's phloem and xylem. Yeah.
That transport the water and the minerals up and down the tree, and also allow for sugars from the leaves to go down to get to other parts of the tree and to the roots, because the roots require sugar to operate, and also to feed the microbes in the soil with sugar, because the tree also feeds the microbes. Very interesting how they do this. They have this little contract with the microbes where they're like, we'll give you what is called exudes, which are excess sugars that we generate from the sun. And that in itself is a mystical, magical thing to consider, how a tree takes sunlight and turns it into a crystal. Wow. I love crystals. I got crystals here with me right now. And never leave home without your crystals. But the tree is able to transmute the energy frequencies of electromagnetic spectrum and turn it into a crystal, which is able to become the nutrients for the soil. And because of the tree producing the nutrients that goes into the soil, those microbes are able to produce and create a richness of soil so that smaller plants can grow in the soil as well. So there's this wonderful network that is happening. If you look in a forest, especially a rainforest, where the trees are so fundamental to supporting that network, they're not just there taking from the soil, they're giving as much as they take, which is a very interesting concept, because we tend to think in terms of what we can get in the West. And we don't even realize that the trees are probably giving the soil more than what they're getting. What a concept. They're giving the soil what it can't get.
Ferns and mosses are like stage 1 ecological plants, which they can create organic material from inorganic material. So they'll just from sunlight and minerals and water can create sugar crystals. And then from that springs all the rest of life, because without the autotrophs being able to turn sunlight into energy here, there wouldn't be any foundation for life. And so
incredible.
The mushrooms and the myceliums of the mushrooms connect all the trees, as the trees offer those nutrients to enrich the soil and the microbes in the soil. The mycelium of the mushrooms also connect those roots of trees and help them communicate where different aquifers might be, different streams of minerals and such, and they can help them communicate with each other. Amazing.
I've heard of them passing nutrients 50 miles.
Yeah. The biggest organism in the world, well, especially at least in the United States, is a mushroom mycelium that's underground that spans for miles.
Yeah.
And it's massive. And it's amazing how much of an impact it can have on the world around it when it's thriving.
It's interesting how we've removed them from our modern farming techniques and wondering why, things don't want to grow. Fascinating what we've done with the place.
The materialist mindset has made us think that we can just put in synthetic nutrients like magnesium and that it's going to work. But we find that the microbes don't take to these synthetic nutrients that they're putting in for fertilizers, and it's killing them off. So over 60% of soil in the world has been killed off by modern farming practices. We only have half of it left, and we let it go for another 30 years. It'll take hundreds of years to rebuild our ability to grow food.
Well, I think maybe these things can grow quite fast, because I've seen like some of the biodynamic farming techniques able to recultivate soil using mycelium. They're quite incredible how they can regenerate dead soil really quite fast within 5 years.
Yeah, that's good.
Primal spiritual communication. And that sort of gets us to the idea of the tree. Because it represents three. And the word three and the word tree are truly connected. They've tried to hide it from us. They've tried to make us live in this world of deafness, the deaf Phoenicians, as Rowan always likes to call them. But I do find it fascinating how we're sort of in this situation where we're looking at life spiritually, and we've been taught to believe that this is all there is. So people only look above the ground and they see trees above the ground for what they can get from trees. And wood, food, resource, basically. And not paid attention to what's going on below. And it's on the same vein, this is happening on the spiritual plane as well, which is truly fundamental, I think, when we look at our cosmological philosophical systems and our spiritual philosophies and sciences as they exist today. Much of our spiritual ideologies have come up against a roadblock in modern times where people believe that this world is all there is and everything else is just a shadow of this world. And when we look at the tree, we see that this world is part of an interdependent system of systems. And this map of the tree, fundamentally, through the bark and the what would you call it? The body of the tree, the roots and the leaves. There are networks within each of those that are connecting different parts of the tree, fundamental parts of the tree. And within the root system, there are different parts of the root system. So it seems that there are 3 parts of every system. There are 3 parts of the leaf system, where there is the leaf, there is the fruits or the flowers, and then there is the radicals. And in the roots, we've got the radicals, and then we've got the bulb, and then we've actually got the root tissue. So, and we can see the same thing with the trunk of the tree, the branches of the tree, and then the twigs. And when we say we get an idea, we wake up to a new thing, we twig. I twigged. An interesting concept. Yeah, threefold. So the tree is the threefold system of threefold, which is 9, which is the Ennead. Where's Gabriel? I think Gabriel's been pretty busy. But the Ennead seems to be quite fundamental to looking at this. And so the Kabbalah and the tree of life, or known as the Qibla in other worlds, in the Arabic world, but they won't tell you much about it unless you meet an imam that's willing to talk. Yes.
I got to go do something. I'm asleep.
Sorry, brother. I thought you were saying something. Yeah. So when we look at this fundamental structuring of the tree and the way in which, and welcome to those of you that are arriving. I hope you're having a great day. We're discussing the tree of life as it relates to life, as it relates to the physical field. And when we look at the Kabbalah, we look at the tree of life as being a map of potentialities of being, of the different states that has to exist. I mean, we can actually break that down and go into it a little bit.
I have a question.
Well, yeah.
Is the Sephirothic labyrinth considered a tree of life? I know that it's been mentioned that the tree of life is mentioned in the Torah.
Oh, you mean the Sephirot?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sephirot is a tree.
It is a tree.
So when
it represents the lost herstory of the great matriarchies. So the tree represents a matriarch. The rock foundation represents another matriarch. These names have been obfuscated by the tree and the stone and the rock. But they have origins of being sacred feminine aspects.
Yeah, I would definitely say. In fact, I would go as far as to say that the tree represents the union where the masculine is bound within the feminine. So you're seeing the feminine, but it's got within it the masculine, sort of like the lingam is within the yoni.
Yeah, when the great matriarchy was in thriving, we had a union there, and it wasn't that the matriarchy was the leader and that the men were subservient. They were in a union. The matriarchs did have some power over the men, but they shared that power. And so we see a different play now with the misogynistic fallen patriarchy that's been going on for the last 6,000 years. It's not shared. There's no sacred union there. The males have stood at the top and then looked down at the females, just as other aspects of selfishness has been taking play, like with not only males and females, also with different socioeconomic classes, different races have asserted dominance. And so this is an aspect of the divide and conquer strategy that's been going on for so long. But when we see things play out differently in the sacred union, we see not only a sacred union of within the self, within the sexes, within the races, the socioeconomic status. When we see that union of integration, that's when the collective begins to take the power back from the corrupt elite leaders that have been exploiting us for the last 6,000 years. And so it's no wonder that this line of thinking can bring us into a great golden age, and it will. Now, it might be partially due to our proximity to Sirius, and it's said that when we move closer to Sirius, we move into a golden age. When we move furthest from Sirius, we're in the darkest of ages. And so it has an aspect on our energy. And it's also said, it's thought in the electric universe theory that that our transient luminous events will become much more prominent as we approach Sirius. So there'll be lightning that will be just more present all the time, like heat lightning and arc lightning. And so it's possible that they were able to use this lightning to maybe melt stones and do other things. We don't really know, but there's incredible power that can come of these great energies abounding right now as we move towards a golden age, and we see that transformation happening, because Sirius was always red up until the Renaissance period, at point which it turned blue, which means it went from receding in redshift is the word they use in astronomy, to approaching in blue shift. So now we're approaching Sirius for the last 400 years, and it takes about 25,000 years for the full cycle. So it'll be about 12,000 years to get to the golden age, and we've got about 400 years in so far. But we can feel that energy abounding right now with the golden age of information. People are transcending the limitations of the propaganda that's been put on us in the past.
Yeah, I think they've often equated the golden age to the time of Cancer and Leo, isn't it? Where, you know, the pyramids are all linked up, the lion, the sphinx, it's all a big expression there of that sort of astronomical time. And the sort of the beginning of the age would be Aries, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And Taurus. And
now,
then
do you know how long
the
the ages of Pisces and Aquarius are to be? Are those 25,000 year ages? The age of Aquarius is upon us, or will be upon us soon.
I think it's like 2,000 something years.
Okay.
Each.
So then it would be
And
probably
then
10.
2.5 or something, and then they add up to about 26.
So 12 more
12
ages of astrology will be at the peak of the golden age.
Yeah.
12.
I would imagine we'd have to go through from Pisces to Aquarius, from Pisces to Aquarius to Capricorn to Sagittarius to Scorpio to Virgo. Into Leo will be starting to get into a golden age. Leo, Cancer must be like the apex. Leo and Cancer are sort of like over that point. That's like the cosmic summer. We're in the cosmic winter.
Yeah. And this astrology is all imbued in the foundations of religion, but it's been hidden. That's why we see 12 being such a prominent number in Christianity. The 12 disciples, you see the 12 children of Abraham. There's the 12 tribes of Israel. And then we have the 12 hours of day and the 12 hours of night. So 12 is an integral sacred number in our whole worldview. And that's been put on us by a lot by Christianity and Judaism in the background of our foundation of our world. And a lot of this stuff has been hidden, but it was known in the old times that our stars, our alignment with the stars and our misalignment with the stars affects us. And when they were talking about Satan, they were talking about the inner adversary that faces the challenges of the stars which we're misaligned with. So if we don't have a strong connection with Mercury, we might have a problem with communication. And if we don't have a strong connection with Saturn, we might have a hard time with like contracts of life, things of the sort, physicality of the body. So this concept is called harmony by the ancient Greeks, which was a goddess of the fates. And so it was seen that our adversaries within And for a long time that was known, but it's been kind of lost in the modern day. But they speak of King David having Satan within him. And so we know that King David was the most celebrated sage king of the Jews, and they would not call him to be Satan, but they had mentioned that he has harmony within. He has the aspects of the fates within him, and so he might be drawn to do things that might be rash, whatever his personal issue is. He needs to struggle with that, and he dealt with it, and he came out on top. And so when we see people that struggle with their personal challenges and we overcome them through self-mastery, they've overcome their challenges from the stars and their high harmony, and they've come out and overcome those. That's a beautiful thing to see that. So the connection between the stars and the earth, it all cycles back, just like the tree of life kind of cycles back like a toroidal cycle in both directions. You see that the Celtic tree of life really imbues the shape of the toroidal donut shape, where we see the roots kind of arcing back up and the branches coming back down to make two circles on the side. And that's the shape of the torus, and that's the shape of the gravitational field and the magnetic field of the earth that connects us with the stars. And there's more connections there than we know. We don't see the connections, but we feel them.
Yeah, absolutely. There was something you said a little while ago. I really should get myself jacked up and have a pen and paper, but I like to just keep flowing and rolling. I like what you're talking about with the way in which astrology has been sort of taken very much to its extremity of literary, taken literally in our cosmology, that we are so sort of abounded by from every direction, and all the different anthroposophy, from the Rosicrucian tradition, the Western school of thought, or Blavatsky's school of thought, or the Asian schools of thought, the Vedic schools of thought, they all seem to come to the same point. They speak about your Shastra and the limitations of the planets and that which is holding you back. There was something else that you had said, and I wish I could remember it, because it really triggered something. It will come to me just now. But getting back to this, I think that there is a lot to be seen and understood here, because when we look at the tree of life, we understand that the tree is basically, it's a symbol for the doorways. I mean, if we look at the story of Yggdrasil, and the way in which the self-sacrifice of the one-eyed god Odin hung himself on this tree upside down so that he could travel between the worlds, so that he could see into the underworld and get experiences of the divine planes of existence. The word divine, it's coming from the vine. It also relates to our DNA. It relates to our ancestral lineage. And so the tree is a symbol of ancestral lineage. In fact, it was worshipped as our key and gateway to our ancestors, because the trees would have taken up the bits of the bodies that was our ancestors, and it would have grown, right? We would have either turned our ancestors into ash and fed them to the trees, or we would have put them into the ground and they would have become nutrition for the trees. So people used to consider their ancestors to be living in trees. And I'll tell you a cute little story. I once traveled through a tree. I didn't do it intentionally, it just sort of happened. Somehow I connected with this. It was a very small tree, but it was a door. And I traveled into another place where the laws of physics were different, and where things were not like this. And it was sort of me going to a place that I had known, which I'd remembered, and getting there and remembering how I had adapted when I'd come there before, after leaving the flesh puppet behind, and from a previous cycle. And, the way in which the trees, well, for me, I've probably got a very particular connection with trees. This morning, I hugged a tree. I put my hands on the tree and I hold the tree. She's my darling. Well, one of my darlings. My other darling is my missus. Though in the morning there's this beautiful tree that I like to hold on the way to the beach and back from the beach, and feel her pulse, her life force. And it's interesting how this connection with trees, I find, opens up that connection for me into the spiritual dimensions, and how it's always been a symbol as a doorway leading in through the branches into the roots, into the underworld, into the spiritual domains where we can find expression. And we always think of going up, but in a sense we're also going in. And so up is a relative point. I think that's quite an interesting point of difference. I think when we're going up, we're leaving this world, but I think when we're going in, we're looking at the structures that are making up this world. And I think that we've sort of lost that perspective. Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, man. Alice in Wonderland, exactly. You can't talk about this without talking about Alice in Wonderland. And the special medicine she took to get small so she could go into the small places.
Yeah, and the tornado is like a funneling vortex of the toroid. And you see maybe the top of the toroid looks like a tornado. The bottom would be a hidden upside down tornado. So there's that.
That is very, very, very true. Yeah. I'm just realizing that I might have forgotten to send someone a link. Did I forget to send him? No, it's all good. It's there. He's going to be coming a little bit later, just now. So yeah, the whole idea of this toroidal field, which is really interesting. I mean, there is the story of Rupus nigra, and so Rupus nigra is black rock.
Yeah,
and black rock is the Axis Mundi. So
that Rupus nigra, is that what it is?
Rupus nigra, yeah.
Rupus nigra is the actually what causes compasses to work, but it's not actually the magnetic field. It's just that Rupus nigra has a really strong positive attraction. So it's kind of like helps us navigate in our world, but it's not how worlds are supposed to work. I've heard that conspiracy, and I want to feel out how people feel about that. So if anybody wants to put up comments, I appreciate that.
It's a very interesting discussion because this whole Rupus nigra, the mythology behind Rupus nigra is that there were two dragons protecting Rupus nigra. And now when we look at the Vedic story of this, we're hearing about the abode of Shiva, Mount Kailash. Now, we are told that Kailash is that mountain Kailash in India, right?
Yeah.
But when we look at Mount Meru, the mythology of Mount Meru is so similar to the mythology of Rupus nigra. We've got to stop and go scratch our heads and go, is this the same place that we're talking about? And so Rupus nigra is also rumored to have entrances into the inner world. So it relates to the inner earth. So we're also talking about the hollow earth concept here when we're talking about Rupus nigra. And have you guys seen those pictures of trees? Mountains?
Yeah,
trees?
yeah, like the one that was featured in the Encounters of the Third Kind, the Devil's Tower, I think it's called, is one of them. Have you seen that movie, Franklin? Close Encounters of the Third Kind from the 70s?
I think, is it an old one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the kid makes it.
I'm sure I've seen it like many years ago. Maybe it must be like 20 years ago.
Yeah. And there's one in Australia that's absolutely massive too. It would be interesting to see if there's any root structure underground that aligns with the above ground structure.
Absolutely. Welcome, dear Bradley. Lovely to have you here with us. Is such a thing even possible? When you're asking about that, are you talking about inner Earth, Bradley?
If it had more atmosphere before to allow the dinosaurs to be as large as they were and the insects to be as large as they were, the trees could have been that big. You know, there might have
This is a very interesting point. because we look at how the dinosaurs became little birds, how the dinosaurs became little lizards.
Yeah.
And there were big earth changes that happened to cause that. And so even up until the last 200 years, there were huge trees in America. They've all been chopped down, but they were big trees.
The redwoods.
And those big, massive trees that were like 300-400 meters high, right? Rumored to have been. I mean, we've seen the photographs of these trees, like the
they make like a
we
tunnel.
can't imagine.
Through. Have you seen that one?
Yes, exactly. Those might just be very small trees that were left over as things got smaller. Those might not be the big trees.
Yeah,
that could be the way that we are like sort of getting the whale numbers small. You know, there were always whales in the sea recently, but now we're not finding so many whales, and they might get to a point where there are no more whales, and the biggest sea life might be a shark. Yeah. And we might think that a shark is big, forgetting what a whale looked like. And I think this is what's happened to us largely. And to imagine that there were things much bigger than whales. So if the bigger things,
they've seen recently,
what?
The megalodon sightings they've seen. The megalodon is the most ancient, massive shark. Teeth are like about as big as your hand. They have some on footage from recently.
Dude, not only have they seen it, dude, let me tell you, a little boy, children on the beach here, I actually took them up the mountain with Joshua and myself. There's a family here that have a home, and they come and spend their holidays here. We'll probably see them again at some point. And one of the little boys went to show me a shark tooth that he had found, a fossil shark tooth. And it blew my mind because the shark tooth was this big.
Mm. Yeah, they've been in the ocean for 400 million years.
Whereas he found that on my beach.
40 million years.
Yeah.
That's incredible. On your beach? Oh my God.
Yes. After big storms, it had washed up. And he's got this thing, and he didn't know what to do with it. Like, should he take it to a museum? I said to him, no, don't take it to a museum. That's yours, dude. But we've got a lot of shark teeth here. Normally, shark teeth are small. They're normally like that big, right? They could be like between that long and that long, right? And we've got a lot of great whites here. This thing was like that, and it wasn't the whole tooth.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And so it must have been a megalodon, or it was some kind of a shark that must have been like 30, 40 meters or something stupid, some ridiculous size, like a whale, you know?
Yeah.
Or 20 meters or whatever. I don't know how big a shark would be.
The whale shark has been in the ocean for 400 million years. It's as big as a whale. We just don't think about it too much because it just eats brine and zooplankton and stuff, so it's not dangerous. You don't hear about it much.
You're right, but this was a shark tooth. Like, it was a very clear. We get a lot of shark tooth washing up here, so it was interesting.
That's really
a lot of shark eggs.
And hopefully that was fossil from long, long ago, because if not, that thing's still around. You never know. There's a picture of a shark fin with a submarine from like 80 years ago or so. Hey, welcome to the show.
Yo. What's up, guys?
Love to welcome to our show Stein Fawkes. For those of you that don't know Stein is a podcaster. He's got a channel. He does a lot of really interesting interviews, a lot of interesting topics, and he's going to tell us his community has now become registered as a church, which is pretty cool because it means that they get official powers. Welcome, dear brother. He's a lovely brother. He's a pagan, practicing pagan traditions, Norse traditions. In fact, he's going to come and talk to us about Yggdrasil, I'm sure, if I'm saying it right.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about the world tree, the tree of life, the Axis Mundi, I mean, the Yggdrasil is that is the tree of life in the Norse Germanic traditions, or the European traditions, really. Roots going incredibly deep, and branches just reaching high up into heaven. the physical as above, so below, I guess, with many realms on it.
The reason why Odin was on that tree was he wanted to travel into the underworld, didn't he? He wanted to be purified.
Yeah. He. I'm not sure if that was actually Yggdrasil that he hung himself on, but he did hang himself from a windswept tree for 9 days and 9 nights, sacrificing himself to himself, and by doing that, eventually discovered the secrets of the runes. So yeah, and he is pretty much the only one who can freely travel over the Yggdrasil with the help of his 8-legged horse Sleipnir, one of the children of Loki, actually.
Yes, exactly. And when he was hanging on this tree, he basically went into spiritual domains, did he not?
Yeah, he went into
He went on a quest.
He went to a deep trance, of course, a spiritual quest indeed. Always looking for higher knowledge, because I mean, he is the god of wisdom after all. So, higher knowledge, that's what he's about. That's what he is. That's what he does.
Namaste,
Astrid,
Kanak.
yes, indeed.
Namaste, dear Kanak. Lovely to have you here. And it's interesting. Eleanor, Mexico asked about the ash tree. Now, the ash tree has always had a lot of sacred history in to everybody, even to the Norse, right?
Yeah, definitely. The Yggdrasil is said to be a large, very large, of course, ash tree. Like trees in general are very sacred to the Norse Germanic. Thor, or Donar, is linked with the oak tree. The oak tree was the Donar, the Thor tree, if you will. Strong, sturdy, not as easily cut down, and with the acorns, of course, looking like male genitalia, or at least the tip of it. And Thor being, he's a manly man. He likes to, well, to put it very bluntly, to fight and fuck, fight, fucking feast. That's pretty much what Thor is about. Fight, fucking feast.
Yeah, it's interesting when we look at the ash tree, because the word esh relates to fire. Obviously,
Yeah.
I mean, esh is the old Paleo Hebrew word for fire, and it's one of the hieroglyphs which relates to a tooth. Funny, we were talking about shark teeth. And so the ash tree is obviously the tree that would have been burnt to make the sacred ash that you would put on your body to cleanse yourself spiritually. Yeah. And I'm sure that ash was also used for many things. I bet you it's got a very particularly high potassium footprint, probably the ash tree. It's also where, funnily enough, there's a certain mushroom that grows at the foot of an ash tree. The wonderfully colored red and white mushrooms. You find them around the ash trees. Yeah.
I know them. They're very, very psychotropic.
You can find them. Those of you that live in London, okay, a slight detour. Those of you that live in London, if you go to where they play the tennis, in fact, it's tennis season, isn't it? Isn't it that time again a year? Oh gosh, all those people. But
I don't know. Now there's always some sort of sporting event going on.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the tennis will be coming, and a little while after the tennis comes, you can go and pick those mushrooms in the commons. and they are growing in abundance. We're talking about the red and white, right? The big ones. I won't say too much because YouTube's listening, but we all know which mushrooms they are. Amanita, for short. And yeah, you can go and pick them in. I think they're growing in October. I think they're in abundance in early October, depending on the weather.
Yeah.
So you can literally go to the common in if you go to where they play the tennis, the commons that are walking distance from there, between not as far as Wimbledon, you got to be a little bit further, closer to the river from Wimbledon. The commons that stretch from there all the way through to Putney. Is it Putney? Yeah, right through to Putney Heath, if I remember correctly. Those commons are full of the mushrooms. You just go and look for the ash trees. It's ash and silver birch. That's right. You have the ash trees, and then you have the silver birch around the ash trees, right? Because the ash trees are big. And the silver birch is where you find them. Like, so when you see the big ash trees, you go there and you'll find the silver birches, and you'll find right on the roots of the silver birch, you'll find these growing. But the ash tree is what you use as your marker, because those are the big ones. The birch are not so big. So it's very interesting, looking at how these medicines and what else is ash used for? Is ash tree also used for bow and arrow? Or am I wrong?
I'm not sure about that, but it is a very sturdy tree, very sturdy wood, of course. So I would imagine it is. I did see, Canuck. He said that they make baseball bats from ash trees. So if they make baseball bats, probably bows as well.
The Native Americans used the green ash for bows and arrows. Interesting. So yeah, Fraxinus excelsior. What a name, eh? Fraxinus excelsior.
Excelsior.
So yeah, I mean,
that's very regal. That's very godlike, even.
Yeah, exactly. This ash tree, the
In
divine ash
excelsior
tree.
gloria.
So there's definitely this connection there with these trees, and I've always considered the tree as being the symbol for the gate between the worlds. And so the tree is like a map of like the different parts of the universe, Yeah. And so there's 3 parts of the roots, 3 parts of the trunk, 3 parts of the foliage, and the 3 parts of the foliage are what we survive on. And so the one part of the foliage gives back to us sugars. The other part of the foliage collects sugars. The other part of the foliage becomes the radical that produces both of these. The roots, the one part of the root collects water and nutrients. The other part of the root is a bulb that gives back water and nutrients to us. And then the other part of the root is the part that connects and acts as a transportation. The trunk, the one part of the trunk acts as a support for the tree. The other part of the trunk acts as a communication, xylophlome and the xylem networks. The other part of the trunk acts as the growth mechanism. And also interesting how the tree grows and how one can use a tree as a clock or a calendar.
Yeah.
They're pretty good calendars to keep track of, One can make certain markings on certain aspects of the tree, and then later on your ancestors will be able to look and see what markings are made on different parts, because the way the tree grows, you'll be able to see it if you take a cross section of it when the tree's done its life. It will become like a calendar. So it's very interesting how many uses the trees have and how they've been used in ancient times, and how tree climbing, what an interesting thing. Like when you climb a tree, how you're sort of like, your energy is disconnected from the earth in a sense.
Yeah.
It's like you're like floating, because the wood doesn't allow for the electrical transmission. It's a buffer, right? So wood is a buffer of spiritual energy. It's a buffer
Mhm.
of all psychic forces, which is a rather interesting concept, that it would be considered as a gate between the worlds, because it is the buffer that stops all the processes of electricity, which is why lightning wants to get to the ground. If the tree gets in the way, it's an explosion,
Yeah.
because it doesn't want the electricity to pass. And if there's enough electricity, it's like, well, I'm going right through you.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, it's been a while since I managed to climb a tree. I'm not as flexible as I used to be. So climbing has become more of a chore. And very little climbable trees around, actually. But I do remember the feeling of like actually sitting in a tree, just being higher up, indeed, like being off the ground. It's a much different feeling, much different energy, like a lot lighter, indeed. Like you feel a lot lighter. It's just, yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. Um, it is interesting. Um, did he not hang on the ash tree and gave an eye? Yes, he gave an eye.
Now you're, I mean, yes, he did both those things, but you're mixing two different parts of the story.
There are two different parts, but I think they come from the same point, because he hung on the tree. He realized he had to give an eye, right?
No, I believe that either came before or after. That was at the well of Mimir. That's
Yeah,
where that's where he had to give something of himself, and that's when he gave his eye to for vision, I believe, to be able to
yes,
to see see more, see everything, I believe.
to be able to see into the world of spirit, and to be able to see time and the future and the past and everything that's happening, right? Because
Yeah, for the ultimate vision, really.
Yeah, to be able to exactly.
And Mimir was his well is at the bottom, or lives among the roots of the Yggdrasil. I believe it's after he sacrificed himself to himself for the runes. Yeah, so yeah, I have it here. I like, if I'm gonna tell the story, I want to tell it right. So Odin approached the edge of the well and stared into its dark, rippling water. "Name your price and I will pay it," he said somberly. "The price is one of your eyes, All-Father. You must pluck out and drop it in the well, so that all that stares into its water will see the sacrifice of Odin." So, kind of like staring into the abyss, and like possibly even, because there's an actual eye in it, the abyss staring back at you. And Cider was indeed a practiced a female magical practice, indeed, and Odin definitely got ridiculed for it. Yes, even Odin, the All-Father, got ridiculed for learning Cider, because everyone else would have ended up upside down in the bog if they wanted to do that. Osiris, he did indeed lose an eye as well. Eye of Horus, no, it was Horus, I believe. Osiris was the one being pulled apart, right?
Yes, there's always a story about the eye, and that's quite interesting because the eye is also related to, like, I think a symbol of who we are. It's almost related to giving up who you are.
Yeah,
Like we say, I am, I want, I will, I do. So sacrificing one of your eyes is almost like sacrificing your persona, saying like, I give up myself to become more than myself.
yeah. And as it says with the story of Odin, which is correct if you're talking about sacrificing yourself or something from yourself. With only one eye, he now saw better than he had ever before with two eyes. The insight he gained was far beyond description, and he had more to ponder than he ever imagined. So by seeing less, he saw more. Because you would think if you like literally pluck out an eye, or if you take out your eye, you'd see less. But because it was a greater sacrifice he had to make, he saw more. So even though he was blinded on one side, he saw more than he ever did.
Yeah, the Canuck mentions an interesting story here about Osiris and the eye. I think it was Horus
Yeah,
that lost an eye with Set in a fight, in
Yeah.
a battle. And after losing the eye, he sacrificed that eye to his father Osiris. So Osiris got given one of Horus's eyes. And once
Yeah,
again,
indeed.
with this came great power, interestingly enough, of the knowledge. I think it relates very often to knowledge of what will come in the future. Very often, a knowledge of what has been. So the future and the past, and it sort of summarizes the wheel of time in a sense, which is
Yeah.
quite an interesting concept. Because one eye is looking towards the past, and one eye is looking towards the future.
Which is also very much reminiscent of Janus
Yeah,
symbolism.
exactly.
Speaking of doors, speaking of portals, and of eyes looking into the past, looking into the future, Janus, the two-headed god, one looking back into the old year, one looking back, one looking forward into the new year. Eyes and trees, other than the link, the birch tree. Because if you look at the birch tree and the some of the stumps on there, it looks like eyes. It looks like eyes on the tree staring back at you. And I know that the birch tree in Slavic mythology is connected to Baba Yaga, a goddess of the underworld, or goddess. Not sure if she's an actual goddess, but at least a very powerful witch connected to the underworld. And it's said that the birch tree is her tree, and she lives in a hut, walking around on chicken legs, literally chicken legs.
Bearing in mind that the chicken used to be a symbol of bravery. Don't know what happened in the modern times. In fact, chickens were brought to Europe as a sacrificial divine animal to be sacrificed for bravery. What a concept,
Yeah.
Today we talk about people being chicken, but actually it's we got it so backwards. And if you think about it, there's
Baba Yaga
nothing in a chicken that's scared. Chickens aren't scared of anything. There could be a big highway there. They're going to cross the road. You know why?
they don't care.
Because they
Like,
don't care. So what if there's a
chicken cross
truck
the
there?
road?
Like all the other animals would be like, oh, not a chicken.
I mean, like we even made that into a joke. Like, why did the chicken cross the road? Well, because he had to get to the other side.
Exactly. So, like, they are literally one of the bravest animals if you think about it.
Yeah.
Like, that's why
And
they're so easy to
their
domesticate.
neural
They walk right up
system
to you.
works.
Like
Their neural system works in very odd ways. Because I mean, the saying is not running around like a headless chicken for a reason. Like if you in mid run, if you manage to do it, you got to have a really good sharp blade for it. But if mid run you manage to cut off a chicken's head, the body will keep running because of the nervous system, motor functions. Abraxas, yeah, true. So chicken, besides being good protein, is a very interesting being, actually, which is odd. And for farmers, like if you want to start a farm or a homestead, start with chickens, because they are one of the easiest animals to farm. Like they just need a coop, a place to run around, and some feed, and in return they'll give you so many eggs. Like, speaking of good protein, eggs, dude, good protein, good fats. Just eggs are the OG superfood. And chicken is really good lean protein.
I think in modern times, though, we've become a little bit twisted in the way that we play with the lights, and we really mess with the chickens' natural cycles and the feeds that they give the chickens, which are not like, chickens are supposed to eat worms and grain. That's it.
Yeah.
Worms, grain. They're not supposed to eat pork.
However, chickens are not. They're not picky. They'll eat anything.
Yeah. Chickens are
But
much
they
bigger
wouldn't eat a carcass if it was laying on the floor.
They're
That's
about
what I
twice
mean.
as big as they naturally were, like not long ago. Chicken used to be
Bugs. They would eat bugs, locusts, worms, and grains that fall off the trees and stuff, and like wild wheat and that kind of thing. So we're feeding chickens like cocktails of, hormones and stuff to make them lay more eggs.
In the
And they don't live very long in
growth
these
hormone.
batteries because they're not healthy.
Yeah. Like we have.
Welcome, dear Rob.
To farm chickens, which is a shame, really.
Yeah, I do think that, like, there's an interesting story about the chicken. We'll have to have a discussion about the chicken sometime. Getting back to the tree, but I think it's somehow quite relevant, because the way in which everything's been turned upside down, and we haven't, like, we think of spirituality as up there, not in the ground.
Mm.
And our ancient forebears thought of spirituality as being in the ground, which is sort of where you find your nutrition for your plants and your food. And then suddenly hell was in the ground, under the ground. So all of a sudden there was somebody said, no, hell's down there. And everything got sort of haywire, where before, like, we would consider the gateway to the mysteries going through the underworld in order to connect with Olympus, if you're in the Greek tradition, or we can look at the Etzchim as well, at the tree of life of the Kabbalistic lore as well. It's a very interesting tree, because in the tree we've got various different polarities that are being reflected: above, below, the right, the left path, which is receptive powers, the right path, which is expressive, expansive powers. So those expansive qualities on the right hand side, the contractive qualities on the left hand side, the will, the law, rules, the reason, the intellect, and the passions and the emotions on the right hand side, and the love on the right hand side, an expansive power that just gives. Love never takes. And so we see a tree as being this perfect metaphor of balance and harmony that allows the right and the left side to exist together. And another interesting thing when we look at the Kabbalah, you know, these, once again, we've got these divisions of 9. So we have the division of 3, then we have the division of 3, and then we have the division of 3. And all of these are bound together in the body, in Malkut. And so the same way that there are 3 parts of the roots, 3 parts of the trunk, and 3 parts of the foliage, you got this 9. And there's a reason why Odin was hanging on his tree for 9 days. See, there's
And why the Yggdrasil has 9 realms.
9 realms, exactly. And these 9 realms correspond to the 9 Sephirot of the Kabbalah. So these 9 Sephirot are within the tree of life. And we are sort of here in this one point, and we write it up as if it's going up towards the sky. But actually, if we look at what it's really doing, it's going inward. We're going into ourselves.
Yeah.
We're not really going anywhere else other than inwards. And the truth is, though, when we go inwards, we're actually going outwards, because consciousness isn't in our brains. It's out there, like a toric field.
Well, what's that saying again? That for a tree to grow to heaven, its roots have to grow to hell, because like you need deep roots in order for a tree to grow tall, because it needs that base.
Yeah, the roots usually mirror the leafage, so you can tell like where the roots expand is usually where the leaves go to, and if you look down, so it's probably just as deep too when they're just a taller branch.
It's as deep as it is high, probably. Yeah,
not perfectly, of course, but like to a degree, there's a proportional mirroring that's happening there, but it could be sometimes, proportional.
Yeah, because I remember, for example, in the Lord of the Rings movie that they had when they were just industrializing. Oh fuck no, I forgot. Anyway, second movie, they had trouble pulling the trees down because they were old trees and their roots ran deep. So it's
there's different types of trees. You got your monocotyledons and dicotyledons, and the monocots just have one cotyledon. When they come out one leaf, they send they have roots that spread out wide. They don't go deep. It's like grasses and palm trees. You have dicots or dicotyledons, and they send a taproot down. So there's 2 different types of roots that we're looking at, but they're both near the foliage.
I just know that there are different kind of trees, like all those family names. I don't know, man, but yeah. That's fascinating. Actually, I didn't know that. That's fascinating. And I know that the like I'm listening again. I almost finished it again to Revolt Against the Modern World from Julius Evola, a very traditionalist writer. And he is also speaking, of course, about the mystery schools and the connection with Mother Nature and Earth and all, and that burial practices are a sign of a gynecocratic society, because you're going back into the womb of the earth. While you could say that cremation is more of a male burial type, because the flames, like, they rise upwards, flames, destruction. It's very very male oriented, but that at a certain point, at least in I believe traditionalist Italy, that it was practiced side by side, but burial is very much a sign of a gynecocratic society. You know, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You know, you're going back into, well, like I said, back into the womb of Mother Gaia. So you're, in a way, you're returning where you came from. You know, and even your body, like your death is or can mean life for other creatures, because you know your body is still full of different kind of nutrients for all these, you know, small critters. So you know, there's a saying that we have in Dutch, de een ze dood is de ander ze brood. So I guess if I were to try and properly translate it, it's that one man's death is another man's life.
So are you saying that the cremation process is a sacred feminine process, or
No, that's cremation is sacred masculine, actually.
masculine? Right, okay.
Burial is sacred feminine.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because you know, as the paradigms have shifted, the sacred matriarchal understanding was that we would, in death, we would go in and through. And then as it shifted to the masculine paradigm, we would go up and out.
Yeah.
So that's like aligning with like the sexual alignment as well, the union
and birth, of course,
and birth. So the rising of the smoke, I know that that aspect is known to be like the rising of new opportunities, and as you said, like providing a sacrifice of yourself to others. And it's also the male aspect of destruction and the female aspect of creation and preservation.
The rising of the smoke, the rising of the ashes with the smoke.
Yeah.
And eventually the ashes falling back down again, making for a very fertile soil.
Yeah.
So again, the male aspect fertilizing the female aspect, if you will.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's beautiful.
It's interesting. There's been a side conversation here about Baphomet, and I mean that's been really
Baphomet and
twisted into
Abraxas,
a lot of
they're like a pair. Rob was saying. I found that to be funny.
Yeah, well, I think Baphomet was originally like was the Knights Templars. It represented balance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the union of opposites.
Yeah.
Both Abraxas and Baphomet have male head and female breasts.
Exactly. And so I think we find this in more older images relating to Mercurius, or because Mercury, old symbol of Mercury, represents a woman with male genitalia or a man with breasts. It's hard to put it down, but there's some kind of a symbol here that relates to crossover to both sides.
So it's representative of
Welcome.
the union as well. And
So I think we could consider these two symbols as being a living symbol of what can be achieved by embracing the tree as a concept, because the tree represents all these different opposites. And it's interesting if we look into if we look into it as a concept, okay, let's look at the Kabbalah. Okay, so if we I'll try and be brief, but if we look at the tree of life, so we see like the physical manifestation, what we call Malkut or Malkus, depends on how you alliterate it. There are different versions of the Paleo Hebrew. So, but regardless, if you look at it, that represents the body, represents the form of the final reality that we're in, Malkut. Then if you look at Ishut, then you're considering the Kundalini, the that part of us which was called the id by Freud, that dynamic, impulsive instinct, which is like what animals have got so strongly developed in them. The instinct, like you said, like, yeah, the one-eyed god, he likes to get hard. He likes to get on his lady. He likes to get hammering away, swing that hammer, you know?
Well,
Because
that's Donar. Yeah.
raw instinct, you know, raw instinct.
Is Baldur a one-eyed god? Or
Sorry,
two? Is Baldur a one-eyed god?
No,
Wait,
Baldur is the most beautiful one.
Is he missing a hand?
That's Tyr, Tivas.
Oh, that's
God of justice.
yes, to us. Interesting. Tuesday,
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Mars,
To us,
right? And so,
often associated with Mars. Yeah. God
yeah,
of
Mars has got an
war, God of
element of
justice.
that which enacts the justice.
Yeah.
Don't mess
Yeah.
with
No,
Mars.
he
What's right, what's
is
wrong?
the one missing a hand because
In order to-
Fenrir,
Uh,
the giant wolf, another child of Loki. It's always something with Loki, bastard.
the
But
Gleipnir.
he, like that, it was actually one of the prophecies that Odin foresaw that Fenrir would be the cause of Ragnarök. It would be Fenrir who would start the end of the world. So he had him chained, but of course, you know, being this big giant ass wolf, he's not going to let himself be chained like that easily. So they made a game of it. I mean, that's what you do. Like you still do that with, you know, with your dogs, with your puppies. If you want to teach them something, make a game of it. You do that with your children. If you want to teach them something, make a game of it. But and it was Tyr who raised Fenrir from when he was a puppy. So it was Tyr who was asked to keep Fenrir down, basically, and which is another great sacrifice, really, because that must have been hard, knowing that you know, the wolf that you raised from puppy to now, that you have to be the one to stop him, really. So
Was he luring him as bait and he sacrificed his hand, or was he holding it?
no, it's Fenrir, rightfully so, didn't trust the gods, because he was like, okay, I mean, you know, a game with me being chained up and all of that, yeah, like I am incredibly freaking strong, and those chains are gonna be, you know, nothing. Still, I do not trust you. So, you know, tit for tat. If something goes wrong, I need to have something in return. And Tyr, being the one who raised him, said, you know what? I will stick my hand into your mouth. And if you indeed get deceived, which I promise you won't, you can bite my hand off as punishment, as retaliation. So they eventually managed to bind him with I want to find it, because it's such, there's such symbolism to that. Oh yeah. They actually asked the dwarves, the best craftsmen there are, biting the hand that feeds you. Yeah, quite literally. They asked the dwarves, the best craftsmen there are, which in all of mythology has always been like that, to create change, to bind him. And the change that eventually held him down were woven of 6 impossible materials, being the sound of a cat's footsteps, the beard of a woman, the roots of mountains, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird, and the sinews of a bear. There is some symbolism in that which will have to be broken down, but it's so much I can't wrap my head around it, but it's amazing. And those were eventually the chains that managed to keep Fenrir down. Those were the chains that he wasn't able to break. So he was deceived. In the end, he was being deceived. And Tyr came good on his promise and had his hand bitten off by Fenrir.
To hold him down for the Gleipnir snare.
Well, it was the change forged by the dwarves in order of Wotan, who held him down. But because Tyr made the promise that that Fenrir would not be deceived, that this wasn't a trap, Fenrir made that promise, and it was a promise that he couldn't keep because he knew what was going to happen. He knew that Fenrir was going to get chained and held down, and but it was a promise that he had to make. Otherwise, Fenrir would have never gone along with it. But as punishment, as retaliation, and to keep good on his promise, Fenrir bit off Tyr's hand. And it's actually, ironically, by chaining Fenrir that Fenrir was like, you know what, Wotan, I am not going to forgive you. I will never forgive you this. I promise you, if I will ever break free out of these chains, I will kill you. Which sets off Ragnarok. So it was a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So they ended up going to a rock on an island. The 50 stone. Which is interesting. But I thought he might have been chained to a tree, so I wanted to look into it.
No, I'm not chained to a tree.
But it was a rock, apparently.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. On the island of Lyngvi. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. Lyngvi.
And it's very interesting because this is like what happens when we get led by our desires. So there's a deep little story here. And back to the instincts, back to Yesod, the 9th sphere in the tree, it represents these binding forces, the Kundalini, and how we are bound by our desires and how they become our jail. It's like somebody was asking me about how on earth do they deal with their issue of pornography. And, it's probably one of the worst ways to get trapped is through sex. Yeah. Sexual. One can be trapped in a lot of things. One can be trapped through many, many things. But I think like when the sexual energy gets entrapped, it's the worst kind of entrapment. And it's like so many people are suffering this. And I think it has a lot to do with exploitation of our instincts. That's what it was that you said earlier, dear brother. Do you remember I said like about an hour and a quarter ago that you said something and I was going to remember? The way that the world has basically been exploiting us was something that you were talking about. And it sort of ties into this. And the way in which the worst way that we're being exploited is through our sexuality. Through the advertising, through media, through fashion, through Hollywood. We were talking about wands. We were talking about staves. Oh my gosh. So there's all different kinds of wands you can have. The oak wand is the masculine wand. I used to have oh my gosh, I had the most beautiful staff. It took me forever to find the right tree. And when I say tree, I mean there are some very large black hawthorn, thick, knobbly trees. And I was able to find a black hawthorn, long, and carve it down to make it thin. And I made myself a long stave of black hawthorn. But there's white hawthorn, there's black hawthorn. Black hawthorn obviously represents the underworld. Ash trees represents purity. Hollywood represents control over the mind. So if you have a wand of holly, or if you can make a stave out of holly, you can like soak it in water. The way I did with mine was I soaked it in water, straightened it out. Once I'd straightened it out, I dried it, and then I put it over the fire to cook the resins in the wood so that it crystallizes. And you prepare your staff or your wand set by set by set to shape it, and
Of course, we got entertainment.
Yeah, exactly. So we're being Hollywooded. Sorry, that's just something from before. But I think that it all ties into the way in which our desires are being manipulated. So the first sephirot that you reach when you go inside yourself is your kundalini, which is your sexual identity, which is that aspect through which it's not desire itself, but your desires are bound through this. And I think that represents Mars represents desire, but it's quite a pure representation of desire, but it gets bound by the sexual stuff. And so our desire ends up becoming very sexual based. Like that instinct to procreate is so powerful.
Yeah. Is that our conception?
It bends all of our desires towards it somehow. It chains them on this path to. Yeah.
Is that part of the path where our conception happens, or is that later on where we develop and become like adolescent and then our path begins? How does that work?
Well, it relates to our sexuality specifically. So it also will relate to the womb in a woman.
Yes.
In the body. So in a sense it would. Because your kunt is your we swear at each other. We call each other cunts, don't we?
Yeah.
We're calling each other a kunt.
Word.
And a kunt is your storage of life force, sexual raw storage of that kundalini, kuntalini. So like when people call each other selves that, it's from Sanskrit, it means that, it's a sacred word. So that's why they call it a curse word, because you're using a mantra. You're using a sacred power word to like to swear at someone, So that's the first aspect of ourselves. And then as we go deeper into the tree, the next aspect we will see will be what we can call that rational body of thinking, the etheric field, I call it, which is thinking and thoughts rattling around in a cycle. Now, there's different gradations of thought. These are like lots of little thoughts that are moving like little wheels that will, when you sit and you think and you get this idea and it moves to the next thing and the next thing. It's all these separate little thinking mechanisms that relates to reason and rationality. That rational, logical conception of ideas. And that represents the 8th sphere, which is an infinite spiral, which is why the number 8 is that infinite number, because those little wheels of thoughts will never stop. It will just go over and over and over. And if you allow yourself to get carried by them, you get lost in the spiral of activity. And then this is a receiving aspect. It's taking from the world. It's taking somehow. And then on the other side, we've got the other polarity, which is the 7th sphere, which is Netzach. And that represents the passions overflowing, the overflowing passions, and the way in which.
sorry, with the number 8 or the infinity symbol, like there is a middle point to it where you keep coming back. So could you say, like, this is just, this is my wheels going, that like as you progress, I mean, you don't really progress, like you keep going, but like you come to a greater understanding, which leads to, of course, more questions. So you go, like you go back, and then you get to that middle point again, coming to a greater understanding, which leads to more questions and needing to understand more, going back and going forth and going back, going forth. Because I've had, like, so many times, like especially on the podcast, where I've had one question answered, leading to like 2-3 more questions. The answer just led to more questions. So I was going back into into the loop, and then coming to that understanding eventually. So that's kind of what I'm visualizing with the infinity. It's the greater understanding leading to more questions, leading to greater understanding, and so on and so forth, until you're able to rise above or stay still at the meeting point from where you will rise above. Which, isn't there there's a symbol?
Yeah, that's
like that.
That's very interesting. That center of the 8. Then what you say about more questions is so beautiful. It reminds me of a mystery school I was in. Well, the inner circle is a mystery school. The outer circle is a religion. Well, it's a religion, but it's the Aquarian Foundation, and they follow the teachings and practices of Keith Melton Reinhardt, who's like a materialization medium that was extensively tested. And but anyway, one of the things that was said was in the exoteric services, because they used to have exoteric services, and then there'd be a meeting of the inner circle, which would be different. And in the exoteric service, which is just like a kind of almost like a religious service, but not so based on a particular religion, he would always say at the end, "I hope you leave with more questions than you arrived with." And that always touched me, because I think if you're ending up with more questions than you started with, then you're definitely on the right road.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the I'm trying to find that it's an alchemical symbol, like the infinity, but with a branch going up. I can see, I can visualize the symbol. I just don't know which symbol it is.
Is that the cross of Leviathan?
Oh, that
I got $57 for it.
might be. But I'm like looking into all kinds of symbols. I thought it was the Baphomet at first, but
One and the same.
the Baphomet, of course, the duality, or rising above the duality, actually, of course, has the 2 snakes like crossing over each other, making like countless infinity symbols as well. Because that is the Kundalini, right? Those are the 2 snakes, the 2 pillars crossing over in each other, rising up, which is making the figure 8 or the infinity symbol numerous times over. That one, yeah.
Yeah. I think Baphomet uses the cross of Leviathan.
I believe he does. Yeah.
Leviathan being like the demonized matriarch.
Leviathan is the supposedly the beast of the sea, right?
Yeah, there's a male beast that's the behemoth, I think.
That's the beast of the land. I know that the Leviathan is also often associated with Jormungandr, the world snake, which is the Ouroboros, the snake biting its own tail, which you will also often see in a figure 8.
But the Leviathan is a female.
It is?
Yes. And the behemoth is the male monster aspect of the land, and the female aspect is serpent.
That makes sense, because it's the bull, and the bull is like very, very male.
Yeah. And the serpent kind of ties us back to the sea, like our origins from before. All life sprang from the sea.
Yeah, it's very interesting how Ori, leave him. I just let Henry in and he came to my feet, so my Malamut's complaining. He's like, how dare you go lie at his feet? Because he's too big to lie under the table here. He's the fussy old dog. He's just a gigantic Malamut. But that double cross, which is attached to the Leviathan cross that we just showed on the screen, I'll bring it up again so that we've got it here. I believe that's got some association. That double cross on the top here. If you see where I'm, let me try and get my mouse there. You can see my mouse, yeah? I believe this double cross has got something to do as well with the fixing of horse races.
I mean,
What an interesting concept.
Being double crossed.
Yes, exactly. Being double crossed, the fixing of horse races, cheating, lying. That double cross has got something to do with this, which is quite an interesting concept. We like you say, we still to this day speak about being double crossed when people have ganged up on you to beat you, you know. So and horse racing would have been in such a fashion, you know. So it's very interesting how these symbols have been used, and the sun, that's quite an interesting point, the way in which the sun actually does this loop. And I think there's quite a lot of relevance there when we're looking at Hod, because Hod, the 8th sphere, represents what they call, it's translated as splendor. So the 9th sphere, the first sphere that you enter, is translated as foundation, the foundation of things. The 8th sphere is represented as splendor. And when we say splendor, we're saying how things are like amazement. You know how you come up with an idea and it's like, oh, wow, that's so amazing, right? You have these amazing breakthroughs. I think amazement would probably be better. And the word amaze means going round in a maze, like the figure of 8, going round and round, and you go through a maze of thought that opens up new possibilities, and each new possibility is like a new room that you've noticed in this maze that's got something interesting, some new way of looking at things, perspective. So I think splendor is probably a bad translation word-wise. Amazement is probably better. Then the other one is netzach. Netzach represents victory. And so passion is the passing of ions, and those ions is like when you're passionate, you're gonna succeed. So these passion and the 7th sphere and the 8th sphere sit together like this, and so the 8th sphere crosses over into the 7th, and the 7th crosses over into the 8th, and it makes a triangle with the 9th sphere. And so we can consider this as like the formation triangle of forces that produces reality within ourselves, our passion and our logic, logical concepts, and the way our passion and logic is driven through our instincts manifest what we're going to do, what we're going to choose, free will being executed and chosen. And these 3 are reflections of 3 higher forces, which represents the imagination, the 6th sphere, which is Tiferet. And Tiferet is representing the imagination, is beauty. That translates to beauty and harmony. So that beauty and harmony of the heart, which is the imagination, expanding out, gaining all sorts of, it's the first taste of the path of knowledge, true knowledge, when one is imagining the possibilities of knowledge. And this is balanced by, once again, the force of number 5, which is that power of law, of they translate it as severity, which once again, I don't know if it's a good translation, because to sever something off is got to do with the law. At the old times, like you chop off a hand, you chop off something. Severity, severing off, is relating to like the way in which the law was explained. I think probably a better translation would be consequence, probably the way in which consequences enact themselves, and this is driving the passion. So this is the driving force of the passion, which is a receptacle that is expressing itself in Netzach, or the seventh sphere, as passion, as your passions are being expressed. The desire that's driving that is related to this severe force within ourselves, which is on the opposite spectrum of chesed. And the chesed we could consider to be love, probably translates to love. Mercy. Mercy is the traditional word, but mercy and love, what's the difference? Compassion, mercy, love. And so these two make the triangle with the imagination, which is the second triangle, and it's a reflection of that other triangle of formation, but now it's on a soul level, where the imagination is being driven by the law, and the law is being bound by love, and the love fills the law and gives rise to the imagination of the ego, who we are.
Yes.
And these are a reflection of yet the other 3 sephirot, which is Bina, which represents the archetypal nature of form, but unexpressed, but the nature of form, the divine feminine, and Chokmah. Chokmah represents the divine masculine as the expression of the Mazloth. So it's the idea of law before law becomes law. The idea of things becoming distinct from each other, and so that distinction and multiplicity being expressed as a concept represents wisdom. And so Chokmah, the second sphere, number 2, represents wisdom, and the third sphere, Bina, represents the feminine, represents understanding, and understanding and wisdom are 2 ways of the spiritual body's polarities, coming from that primal first sephirot, which we consider as Kether, and Kether is unity, translates to unity, which is essentially like mentalism, where everything is one and everything is connected. So you've got this triangle at the top, then you've got this ethical triangle, moral triangle of the heart, and then you've got this formative triangle of the persona. So you've got like the ego, the persona, and the soul body. As these 3 triangles expressing the different like depths and degrees. So all of these are within us, and you go deeper in and deeper in and deeper in, but they're written as this is a very interesting concept. Why do we write it as going up? Probably because we can only see the top of the tree. And as a metaphor, we want to reach the top of the tree, because that's where all the fruit is. Right?
Sure.
Like if you see a tree in the wild, you want to get up into it. If you want to get the apples or the nuts, whatever that tree's got.
I mean, I know that with like people who are like do breathing techniques a lot, or even in sports, they talk about circular breathing, or with like talking about music, for example. A lot of very good singers, like they are proficient at circular breathing. So you would say that is like how ascension, if you will, works as well. You go to the bottom, from the bottom you go up again, because like nobody starts. I mean, you do, of course, but like, let's say, most of us, we don't start at the very bottom. Like, we have a basic understanding, and you can't just skip the lower ones, because you'll lack understanding. So you have to go down in order to go up again. You have to go full circle, really. And yeah, I was talking a bit about the Masonic square and compass, which makes the double cross as well on the outer edges, and the Freemasons are very well known for practicing this kind of like with the Kabbalah and everything. And you have the two pillars, Joachim and Boaz, which could very well have been two trees. Who knows? But yeah, the square and compass, double cross, you can hold on. Yeah, so let's see here. Like, it is the double cross, and you have the double triangle in here as well. There's just in just the Masonic square and compass, there is so much symbolism already. You have the double cross, the dual triangles, like right here on the top, or here maybe even the all-seeing eye, the rising above, the place from which it hangs, transcending above the duality, being the point from where the duality or the pendulum swings. So I just thought that was interesting. I thought of that. I love symbolism.
Yeah, Rob. Rob was asking you to show him that picture, so Rob's seen it, and you can see the two X's mark the spots, and there's two of them.
Yeah,
two crosses.
Yeah, definitely.
Double marked. Yeah, been double marked. And then we see that same X in the skull and crossbones.
Yeah, the Jolly Roger.
Who was a breakaway. So who was double crossed? You see, like within the order, there was obviously orders within the orders. And one of the order was double crossed by the order.
That's the same with Masonry. Like, you have inner orders of Freemasonry. I know that the Occult Rejects, the original Occult Rejects, when Lux was still a part of it, they did a whole series about the inner orders of the inner orders. You have the Masons, you have the Shriners, Q, even. Just that's pretty much with every secret society, if you will, or order. Like, there are orders within those orders. I mean, like, even I could say even in my tribe. Now, I have my inner circle. I have the people who I interact with most, who I trust a little more than others. And then within that inner circle, there are the tribal admins, of course. And I could go even smaller and say, like, from the the tribal admins, the four of us, who do I trust more than my wife? So that's going from tribe to inner circle to another inner circle within the inner circle, eventually leading back to one single person. So it's with everything, friend groups, even within friend groups, there are always, you have some friends that you like a little more than others. So you consider them to be like a friend group within the friend group. Like it's not that uncommon. Church double cross. Well, the double cross is actually the cross of Lorraine, which has been used by the Templars.
Yeah, I believe it was. It's symbolic of what you were talking about.
Yeah.
It's a way of representing in the cross their allegiance. And I suppose that's what the mallet is used for, to put everything together, to nail it together. And Rob was mentioning earlier about, what was it that Rob was saying, which was quite on point, about how everything is an idea brought to life by belief. And so a lot of this stuff is fiction, essentially, but we give it power and truth. And there's something in that.
Yeah.
There's something in the way that the mind, and so I think this is representing the power of Hot. And Hot relates to Het. So we know the pronunciation as it's been given to us through the Paleo Hebrews by the Hebrews, but they've changed a lot. So I believe the word Hot is the wrong pronunciation. I think it should be Het, personally. But if you say that, people don't know what you're talking about, because the word head comes from it. Our head is where the circling thoughts run through.
Yeah.
And that is what gives the power. Magical power is happening in the so within this tree of life, then you have 4 domains. You have the domain of the physical realm, which is Asiya, and then you have the domain of the formative realm, which is Yetzirah, and Yetzirah represents where the forces of creation are churning to make things become, to take things apart. And so in this Yetzirah form, the head is driving the story of reality. Maya becoming a reality is happening through the principle of Yetzirah, which is expressing the triangle of Bria. We spoke about the Tifaret, Chesed, Chok, and Jabura triangle. I don't know if I named the one. Jabura is the one where will relates to primal desire of truth, primal desire of justice. And justice is connected to desire, maybe in a very interesting way, because there's a powerful desire towards justice. And it operates like a desire. If one wants justice, it's the same as like wanting a woman. You're not going to let go. Revenge is such a powerful driving force. It's almost like wanting to procreate. And it has, I mean, how much nonsense has happened because of revenge? Somebody pissed on someone's battery and someone was like, oh, no, you don't do that. We've got to get you back for that. And so wars have been fought over this, and
I mean,
a lot of nonsense.
Destruction and creation, even though opposite forces, are equally as powerful. Love and hate, creation and destruction, opposite ends of the spectrum, but both equally powerful.
Yeah, you're right about the church double. Rob just pointed out something that we've actually got a giggle.
They definitely did.
The Templars were double crossed by the church.
Yeah.
The church and the King Louis. It was King Louis, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Signed those secret treaties that was supposed to be opened everywhere at a particular time, and no one was allowed to look at it. And then it was like basically grab the nearest Templar and like offer his head, And this was like the fashion. So yeah, you're totally right. It's easy to forget how the church. So I think those double crosses, there's another mystical meaning there in this order. Like the Templars is one of the crosses. and the other cross is the church. The exoteric cross that represents everybody, and then that hidden cross, which is only for the select few. You know, that inner circle, like we were talking about. You know, there are inner circles and bigger circles. There are stuff that we'll discuss with our inner circle that we won't discuss with our broader circle.
So,
For example, like
was
classic example, you know, a woman that's had a man do something to her, she won't tell just everybody that. She'll tell her inner circle that.
yeah.
And those are the guys who will then be like, revenge. Let's go and get him. You know, get some clubs and go sort this dude out, or shop him to the cops. So however, like in modern times, you can't just get him anymore because there are consequences that you can't escape in the digital age, can you? Like,
No, not really.
there's cameras there's cameras on phones. It's like you can't do what you used to do in the past and take the law into your own. But desire gets into it. The desire for justice. If it's your girlfriend, you're not going to give a damn. You're going to hammer the crap out of that dude in wild daylight, and then be arrested and go, "What the hell just happened? Oh yeah, I got arrested. Why? Oh right, yeah."
Looking down and be like, "Oh, that's why." Okay, I see that.
Yeah, exactly. But like, this is an interesting concept. You know, these two crosses representing the exoteric and the esoteric. I think there's quite a lot being shown there to us by these symbols and how they express different aspects of reality. And so yeah, the idea of the tree going up seems like a weird concept. Like, it's such a metaphor, but it actually goes within us, because if we look within each layer of the id is the most obvious one that you can touch, right? Because like the easiest way to touch to your spiritual body is through sex. It's the easiest way to get high,
Yeah,
to have an body experience.
sure.
You're making love to a woman and you can like go like, whoa, you know, where did I just go?
I mean, there are a whole spiritual practices based on that, you know, tantra and all of that, which is, you know, good excuse to be with your woman. You know, let's get elevated. Mm-hmm.
Can we say good night? I love you, my boy. I can kiss straight into bed. Huh? I love you, my.
Yeah, there's great power in being able to connect back to
Good night.
boom, the great power.
Okay. Good night, my boy. Straight into bed, huh? He's got to check on his lightsabers, make sure that they're like where they're meant to be.
Oh,
He loves his lightsabers. Got two of them, the Anna sabers. Aye. But yeah, oh gosh, now that I've had my boy here, now I've got the dogs crowding me. So I do think I've got this beautiful golden retriever. You've never seen such a lovely animal in your life. She's just so loved up. She's just come put her head here by me, and Mexico comes here, and like I've literally got to send Indigo away because Indigo will just come and put a paw on your lap all the time, and it just won't stop. Head on the lap, but then she puts her paw, and obviously she's got claws. She doesn't realize she's like clawing at you, trying to get closer to you. But so she's really beautiful. And Ori, my big dog, he's lazy bugger. He's on the couch sleeping. What big dogs do.
yep.
But yeah, I do think that this double cross idea is really interesting because I think it relates to the tree. You see, because the tree has got these crosses running up the tree. And now this is a very interesting concept that we talk about the cross of Saturn, right? And we know crucifixion to be on a cross, but originally it was on a tree. Because the tree makes natural crosses.
Yeah.
You know, the branches coming out the sides. It's just how it is. And I think an ash tree makes a good cross, doesn't it? The branches come out at the right angle, good angle for it. Some trees, like conifers, the branches go upwards.
Mm-hmm.
But So it's very interesting when we look at this the symbol of the cross as it relates to the tree. I think the cross is a symbol of Axis Mundi, and Axis Mundi is a symbol wrapped up in the tree. And I think that there came a point where people wanted to move away from paganism, even though they were pagans. So they couldn't use the old symbol of the tree anymore. They had to change it. Like, okay, it's not a tree, it's a cross. The cross is on a tree, but never mind. It's not a tree, it's a cross. It's separate to a tree. So we're not those pagan heathen people. We are Christians. We have a cross. And that cross in our church, which is a depiction of God or godly being, is not, what do they call them? Graven images. It's not an idol.
Yeah.
But that cow is an idol.
It's still like just the idea in of itself is so weird. You know, Christ is said to be, or said to have died on the cross. So they now use a instrument of, well, torture and eventually death, because like death is not instantaneously when you're being crucified. Like just the other day, I saw a short video of like the whole process. God damn, that's fucking brutal. But they they now use it as this holy symbol. How backwards is that? It's kind of like, you know, if one of your loved ones was, you know, clubbed to death, and in honor of them you start wearing a club. It's like, no, isn't that just a constant reminder of what happens? You know, constantly reliving that trauma because you literally have it like right freaking there, or, you know, above your doorpost. It just, or even just the imagery of Christ on the cross, like you'll see that a lot. It's like that's not okay. I mean, I get the thought process behind it, even though that's very wrong. I actually just did a podcast about that yesterday. Will come out in a few weeks.
Very morbid.
Yeah, like you literally have a, well, you know, to keep it very morbid, a dead guy on a cross hanging above your door. Like,
yeah,
why? And then you say like, oh no, but that's, you know, he's my holy guardian. I mean, dude, no, that's not okay. I mean, like, I wear the hammer, but that's for Donar. That's where he gets his strength from. You know, what Donar is only, well, you could say half a god without his hammer. So it's a symbol of strength, not, you know, a symbol of death, really. Because,
well, maybe in a lot of ways they're trying to prepare us to like reveal this Eternian worshiping cult that they are. They're people that control Christianity. Eventually help us understand that they do child sacrifice, and what better like example could they have than like God himself sacrificed his own son, and so we sacrifice our sons, you know,
which is what they made of it. Like that was like several versions later when he became the Son of God. Like in the original texts, he was not the Son of God. He's made into the Son of God.
Yeah, the stories have changed for so many times and for so long.
Oh yeah. I mean, the first texts were written 30 years after he passed, because, you know, they were expecting him to come back, and people back in those days would, I think like 99.9% would be illiterate, don't know how to read, don't know how to write. So if you don't know how to read, if you don't know how to write, and the dude's coming back anyway, why go through all the trouble of writing down his story? Eventually, he didn't come back, and it's like, oh crap. Well, guess now we'll have to. But it has changed so much over time. Like even his ascension You know that he, when his tomb was empty, he was said to, of course, have been like first he was resurrected and then he was ascended. That's what they eventually made of it. That was not in the original texts. Like there's so many. It's so weird.
Originally,
They were said to have seen him after his resurrection, even though they didn't recognize him, but they still saw him. Which is like, okay, but how do you see someone if you don't recognize who that is? I have questions.
the historical
I think
Casimir
this.
said that he was not crucified but exiled and returned back to India. So, later on they've chosen to make that part of the prophecy of Christ, that he was sacrificed like all of the other ones before him. And there's a list of gods that have the birthday of December 25th that were all just prescribed as life events. And for Jesus, there was only one that had happened. He rode into town on a donkey. They kind of made up the rest to kind of fit their storyline.
I mean, 25th of December, that is Saturnalia for the Romans, who were the ones who crucified Christ. If you literally fold up the cross, it becomes a cube of Saturn. It was supposedly born on Saturnalia. So definitely some connections there.
So it's not really necessarily that it's their birthday, because we know Jesus had been born with the sheep grazing in the fields. So it was not actually winter.
Yeah.
But they give them that symbol that they were born during the time when the sun returns back from the darkness of the winter and starts to.
Well, which is 4 or 5 days earlier. Even that's with the summer solstice. That's like the 21st of December. So if they would have, made it perfect, they would have said that he was born on the 21st of December instead of the 25th, which is Saturnalia.
Welcome, dear Soraya. We've got Soraya in the house. I hope you're having a great weekend. Soraya is a wonderful lady. She's a poetess, and excuse me, she's a spiritually gifted and inclined seeker of truth and a righteous beacon. And we love Soraya. Thank you for joining us so much. You can find her in Infinite Words of Truth on Telegram. How are you doing, dear Soraya? Maybe her mic's off at the moment, but she might be busy with her children. She's very busy as well. She's a mum.
Hey.
There we go.
Welcome, Soraya.
Hi.
Honored to have you here.
How are you?
I've got to go and grab a bit of water quickly.
What?
He's got to step out for a moment. How have you been? He's listening in. Wonderful. So glad to see you here. Do you want to tell anybody how to find you? If you want to have people reach your messages.
Well, mostly not active anymore, but I've switched from using the channel that I used to use.
Mm-hmm.
I don't use that one anymore.
Okay, so you got a new one up and going, or you?
No, I always had two channels.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of just went to using the one who was the biggest.
There you go. Smart move.
Because there were too many idiots trying to make me look bad.
I hear you. You always got those.
So I was kind of done with that. I was like, okay, I'm gonna quit that.
Smart. So is it more private now, or do you want to share your new screen name to people who want to reach out? It's up to you.
Oh, it's an honor to have you here, dear. And I'm sorry people have been trying to attack you and give you that you've been having issues with people. Sometimes it's when
I had issues with a lot of people, so I just kind of stopped using my main channel. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna switch over to the other one.
Smart. Yeah.
Then
Sometimes.
that I don't have to deal with those idiots anymore.
Well, that's always good. The less idiots,
Yeah.
the better.
And it's more anonymous because not everybody knows me. That it's my channel.
So, do you want to share it or?
Yeah,
Keep it a
it's
secret.
love light and energy. That's the name of the channel.
Cool.
It used to be a Q channel. When I took over, along with somebody else, we made it a spiritual one. And I was just
Energy. I love it.
and recently I've invited a Christian friend of mine who has started up a pup program called that stands for patriotism, unification, and that's a project to unite everyone on Telegram under one umbrella so that you can enhance each other's messages, basically.
Soraya, do you mind if I share your link, at least in the private chat, because you've been sharing a lot to the tribe, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Why not share it here in the normal chat? Yeah, because then I can put it on the screen. I'm sure you'll find nice people here.
Yeah.
It's up to you, Soraya. I have it on my I have it on the clipboard. I can paste it right away. Paste and post.
Okay, yeah, that can help too, because the last time I tried to do via YouTube, it didn't came through. So for some reason it's blocked because it's Telegram.
Yeah, it is actually. I'm getting the this comment has failed to post.
Can I tell you what you do? Put it in and remove the www.htp nonsense.
Does that
And
work?
everybody can figure that out for themselves. If you put it into a search engine without the www.htp, it will still.
So just t.me. Let's see.
Yeah. But if you just put that into a Google, it will still give you. It should come through.
I tried it without the HTTPS. So just t.me/lovelights_energy. But even that failed to post. I don't know why YouTube has something against Telegram. But
that's very
anyway,
strange.
For the people watching, for the people listening, t.me/lovelight_energy. It's a great channel. Soraya is she's great. Because she's Dutch. Of course she's great. Oh, you can actually share it? Bruh.
I just brought it from you put it I saw it in the private chat. It was there.
Yeah. I tried to share it in the comments as well, but it won't let me do it.
Interesting.
Well, there you go, folks.
Well, it's on. So yeah, you can see it on the screen there. Just if you put that into Google, it will take you to the Telegram, and then you click it on your phone or wherever you are. It's worth adding Telegram on your desktop, by the way. It's a much easier way to use Telegram, because it's bigger.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the things are like small little pictures on Telegram. You're looking at your phone and people post a picture. You got to like really, you know. But yeah, it's lovely to have you back with us, dear Soraya. Honored to have you. Welcome back. Something that was being said earlier that grabbed my attention and really got me tickled was we were talking about how bizarre the idea of, celebrating the cross with someone on the cross is as a concept, just as an idea of it. And the fact that, in the tradition, one shouldn't have graven images of God in the church. That's called idolatry. So the roots of paganism is so closely woven in with the Christian tradition, with the cross being that representation of that. And you mentioned the idea as well that it's bizarre that God sacrificed his son. Now that comes back to Baal worship. And Baal worship was Marduk. So it was Marduk was the first one who expected people to sacrifice their eldest son to him. And then later on, people were sacrificing their eldest child to Baal. And that's where the whole idea of the owl stone in Babylon, where people were like, in the Bible, it says that people were sacrificing their children, right? And then we go right back to Abraham. Who was Abraham worshipping? That he felt this need to sacrifice his eldest son.
Well, it was
that's a very ancient tradition, very weird.
It was the voices, or the voice really, that he believed to be God telling him that he should sacrifice his oldest son. And I believe in the original texts, it mentions that he's coming back down the mountain alone. I believe eventually they rewrote it as an angel, one of the archangels, I believe, interfered just in time, basically telling him, yo, hey, whoa, stop. What are you doing? Like, this was just a test, okay? Like, we don't want you to actually do it. But I believe even in the and Soraya, you know more about this. I believe even in the rewritten story, it is not said that he is coming back down with his son. It just says he didn't sacrifice his son, but still came back down the mountain alone.
So that whole idea of the sacrifice of the son is quite an interesting concept. I mean, bizarre and ridiculous and ludicrous as it is, I couldn't imagine anyone actually sacrificing their own child. It just seemed like a crazy thing to do. Like, I could imagine jumping in front of a bullet for my child.
Sacrificing yourself to, save your son. I mean,
yes, that I could easily imagine. But the idea of reversing that seems like a very weird concept. And I think that this comes back down to the tree. And this is, I always see the tree as a symbol of ancestral worship. And it's sort of like, look at how twisted it is. Your child becomes your ancestor. What a weird concept. Because your child is with your ancestors. So in your ancestral tree, you can speak to your child. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's like a root, it's like a link to the ancestors in a sense, but it's like a deranged, demented, twisted,
I mean,
I think it relates to that.
Talk to my dad, if even from the other side, if he's the one who, made sure I was on the other side, I don't think I would want to talk to him.
Well, this is a very weird concept. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I think it relates to the tree representing ancestral worship twisting the tree around and inverting it, you know. So the very idea of God sacrificing his own child,
It's a blood sacrifice.
aren't we supposed to emulate God? You see? So this is the idea that God sacrifices his own child is supposed to instill in us the idea that we can emulate God and be like God, try and copy God's actions. You know? If God loves, then you should love. If God is just, you should be just. If God is forgiving, you should be forgiving, right? If God sacrifices his own child, should you? So when we start to look at how twisted the inverted tree
But
is,
a true loving God would never ask that of you.
or of his own son,
Yeah. Yeah.
a
Exactly.
true loving God would be the one being sacrificed, because the God would love the son so much. So it's like they've
He would
taught us
sacrifice
some
himself
weird
in
twisted
place. Yeah.
narrative about God. And so now we're supposed to relate to God as like a, you know, in this way, which, yeah, exactly. It's like a very twisted view. It's a very twisted perspective. It's a twisted idea. The very idea that God would sacrifice his child, and they say it in church as if it's this good thing, when actually it's not God that sacrificed the child, it's the Romans, right? According to the story, if we can even rely on the story's veracity and truth. This is why I think like a lot of what's come after the ministry, and when I speak of the ministry, I mean like an enlightened being came to earth and taught us like, hey dudes, you can love each other, you can forgive each other, you don't need all these 10 commandments. It's nonsense.
No,
You
but
just need
try-
one commandment: do unto others as you want them to do to yourself. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like,
But-
forget the 10 commandments, you just need one. It's very easy. If you want to be hurt people. If you want to be like rob people. If you want to be loved, love people. You know, it's the rule of karma. And so we then sacrificed this. The Romans sacrificed this enlightened being that had come to tell us that you don't need all this. You don't need to sacrifice this goat. You don't need to sacrifice this heifer, this cow. You don't need to do this to your children. You don't need to have this tit for tat, an eye for an eye business. You don't need to have any of that. You can just live compassionately and live together and love one another and be in a state of communion with
wasn't
each other spiritually.
Even because of that the Romans ended up killing him. They killed him because he was a dissenter, because he was trying to start a revolution.
Exactly. And then the Romans invented Catholicism. And suddenly it was God that sacrificed him. Oh, it wasn't us. No, it wasn't us. It was not the Romans. And let's face it,
Just
we've got a
get it
good thing going with the
straight.
Pharisees.
We're not the bad guys, okay?
And neither are the Pharisees, because the Romans and the Pharisees were like, you know, they were very close and very tight.
Yeah.
So they wanted to protect the Pharisees. They had to protect the Pharisees, who had become this new sect of Judaism that had taken over. And the Pharisees had taken over. And the Romans had said, well, we'll give you the keys to Israel as long as you make Israel fall under our jurisdiction. And the Pharisees were like, yeah, thanks. You know, consider it done. And so the Jews were like, okay, well, we'll give taxes to Romans. And then Emmanuel comes along and says, give unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. In other words, why are you giving your money to Caesar? Does he own you? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, give him what's his. And now that's got to be interpreted. Oh, well, if his face is on the coin, you know, just because you put your face on something, do you own it?
That's
You know,
a good one.
so-
Like,
It's a very interesting story if we look at it. And I think that whole sacrificial thing has got to do with the once again, going back to the tree. And in the Bible, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge and good and evil, that's an interesting concept, how they separate these two trees.
Absolutely.
What do your guys take on that?
Trees. I feel like when you enter into a symbol of a rock or a tree or a stone, I feel like there was a goddess name there that we no longer speak. But I know that the Sephirothic tree is actually representative of Asherat, the wife of El Shaddai.
The wife of God, right?
Well, the Most High God El Shaddai in the henotheistic religion of Judaism, where they have a pantheon of gods, they choose to worship one. There were higher gods. And I relate El Shaddai to like an Anu, and then the rest are the Anunnaki kind of a situation. I don't know if they were related by blood, but he was considered old and wise, the man of the mountains, the Twin Peaks.
The two mountains, the Twin Peaks, the two trees, the two pillars, the two towers, the Twin Towers.
And so a lot of times these other gods that have been taken out were a pair. It was a sacred union of the god and the goddess together. It wasn't just the god himself. So it makes sense how they kind of weeded that all out to have just a single solitary male god with a single solitary son. He didn't have a daughter. We're not being shown how a divine woman would be. A human, very human woman had this divine child. I would consider her divine to Virgin Mary. The Holy Spirit is supposed to be a feminine aspect of Mother Earth. It was changed from Baba to Abba and became masculine, but it's really supposed to represent the feminine aspect of the Trinity.
But even the Trinity is not a Christian concept. That's a pagan concept.
Yeah, it's triads.
And they only. I know that when that's only just because I did the podcast about that yesterday, I believe. So it's still fresh for me. But they only did that because they couldn't. Sorry, it's the wife. You have to take this.
Oh, good. There's triads back in ancient Oriental shamanism in the times of the golden era in the Oriental kingdom. Those times, the West were still barbaric, and it wasn't until the Europeans ventured into Japan that they learned to bathe daily, like we do today. But they used to bathe once a year before that time, and strictly drank coffee. But they brought tea to England, and England's been celebrating it ever since. And strangely enough, America began because of an issue with some tea trades. Boston Tea Party. But the tea tree is a powerful tree. And I use tea tree for my skin and my scalp and my hair and stuff daily. Tea tree is wonderful. You can get tea tree toothpicks too. Those are fabulous. Trees are magical things. There's a lot of powerful healing elements to the trees. And tree nuts are fabulous. Tree fruits. There's a lot of power.
Yeah. It's
sky and soul.
Please continue. Sorry.
I just want to say that number 3 represents sky and soul, and so the tree climbs to the sky. Wise old soul.
Yeah, that association between 3 and tree are just, you can't take it away. And then 3 and 3 also has connection with Zeus in a sense, Jupiter, and the number 3 being the number of Jupiter, Zeus or Jupiter and Jupiter. And just put it on top there, please, Josh. Josh, please. I'm going to ask you now. Go and get into bed, please, my boy. I can't rely on his mom to have discipline. So what's the time now? It's okay. It's not that bad. It's almost 9:45. So it's not that bad. Okay. I like to get him into bed at 8:30. Because you know what children are like. The moment you break the rules, Now they're going to want to stretch that rule every night. Before you know it, he wants to get to bed at 9 o'clock every night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, you got to keep it on tune, man. But what was the other thing that was really touching me as well? What we were talking about was totem poles, the tree as an ancestral symbol, connecting to our ancestors as the divine, the DNA, and the totem poles. Now, totem poles were often used for families. It's like your signet ring in India is to the American Indians, isn't it? Totem poles would have been bloodlines related to your ancestors, related to your family bloodline. And so the totem pole is sort of like a symbolic tree, your family tree.
That's so cool. With symbols.
I mean, that
Yeah.
is literally what the totem pole is, right? It is it is the ancestral spirits. It is your ancestors. If I'm not mistaken, I know little about native spirituality. I would have to ask the wifey.
I wanted to bring this up earlier. Here, the Cherokees have a tradition called Sundance. I believe it's Cherokees. It might be multi-tribal. But they go out into the desert and they bring this tree and they drag it out there. And it's like it's been made bare. They've taken the branches from the tree. And as far as I know, it may have the branches. I'm not sure. But they take this tree out there and they have this hole that they've dug and they put the tree into the hole. And they have ropes and ribbons that are tied to the tree. And what they do is they dance out there in the desert for days with no food or water. It's a spiritual dance. They're in a deep trance. And they'll take hooks on the ends of these ropes and these ribbons and hook themselves to the tree. And they'll dance around the tree. And they'll bleed, profusely. But this power of the spirit allows them to continue on and just power through this. Some of them don't survive, but most of them do, and it's like a baffling thing that they can do this, but it's an amazing tradition. It's been banned, but
here in Europe we have the maypole, dancing around the maypole, which is not as brutal, but still same kind of symbolism.
in South America and Central America, they have these traditions where they'll go to the top of a tree on somewhat of a bungee and jump off. It's kind of like a trust dive, and they trust that this cable will help bring them back up. It's like a vine they use, and there's other ones that swing around.
That's truly putting trust in nature, putting trust in the gods and your ancestors, that either they save you or you join with them.
And that brings us full circle to what we were starting with. One of the earlier things we were talking about was the root of the word tree, as it's related to the word trust.
Yeah.
And so think about what a trust is. Let's get into the financial world. I'm sure some of the people are going to love this. Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
So what's a financial trust? It's normally it normally relates to the family or the family of the corporation, which is sort of like a designated family, you could say. And the money is put in lieu for everybody's potential benefit, but no one can just take it and use it for themselves. It's got to be decided by the board of directors or the family, the elders, for how this will be used. So the idea of a trust and a tree is an interesting concept, because it does relate back to the group, the ancestral spirit, the family group, if you will. And it's interesting to think of a corporation as a kind of a deranged family.
And its various branches.
Sorry?
And the various branches of the corporation.
Exactly. It's like a tree. It's like a family tree.
Wow.
And it's like, instead of being connected by blood and DNA, they're connected by money.
Well, I mean, not all corporations. I'm in a corporation now, of course. The growth of Odin Incorporated. We're definitely not all about money. But
No, you do get NGOs. You do get ones that aren't. But I mean, like most corporate structures on Earth, like the control.
yeah, the pinstripe suit guys. Yeah, not the tank top hammer wearing guys. Yeah.
How's your and I, even though you're registered as a corporation, I wouldn't say you guys are a corporation. I'd say you're more of a trust.
A church, technically.
Yeah. Like
But
a tree.
yeah, I mean, built on trust, like actual trust, of course. I mean, if I wouldn't trust, if I wouldn't trust my tribal Thane, if I wouldn't trust my tribal Vitki, if I wouldn't trust my wife, if I wouldn't trust myself, I would have never done this. I would have never said, okay, file those papers, pay the man. Let's do this. So yeah, it is all about trust.
And one day you might have another branch.
That is the idea, to have a European branch, of course, which is a lot easier now that now that it is incorporated in the US, and we have to do very little. Actually, we can just, I mean, not just open a European branch. There's a bit more to it, but incorporation in the US is a lot easier than here in the Netherlands. So it's actually for the best that it's incorporated in the US first, so that it is now a lot easier to bring it back over here to Europe.
Is that so, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've looked it up here in the Netherlands, of course, because I wanted to register it as a church, really, or a belief society or whatever. But you have to register it at a address which cannot be your own or of one of the signees. It cannot be your home address. So it has to be a different address, like a different physical location. And that was really the one thing stopping me, because I was like, okay, so do I really have to rent something or buy something, or can it just be temporarily? Because there are community centers, of course, who will rent spaces out for a certain time. Can I have it on their address? But Josh, he registered it to his own personal address. That was perfectly fine. He just had to have the official name, the official statement, the what is it, the ground rules, something, and then the board. So
wow, that's interesting.
Still a lot of writing, but he didn't have to have a different physical location and phone number in order to incorporate it, which in the Netherlands is the case. You have to have a different physical location or a different postal address. Can be a PO box, has to be a postal address.
Well, that's really interesting. Somebody's mic's doing funny stuff.
I all your practitioners stick around, and anyone who
I
leaves,
mean,
Indigo.
you're missing
we
out.
do. They will. Like the tribe will never change. Will always be the tribe of the Greyhound Pagans. It is just for now that the Grove of Odin is a church based and built on Odinism, because we had to specify it. We really had to specify like one singular religion, even though Odinism really isn't a religion. But eventually we can, well, have different branches and different initiations for people who are of a different belief. Because the tribe is built on the North Germanic principles, the North Germanic beliefs, but we're a very eclectic tribe. We have people believing in numerous gods. We have people of all spiritual paths, really. Both left and right hand. But
Have you got any questions?
just for the incorporation, we had to narrow it down to one singular religion, one singular belief, and then from there, eventually, we can, well, indeed, branch out. But that will come with time.
Yeah.
So,
Have you
but
got any questions?
That's no question that I was trying to do a play on words so people would stick around.
oh, stick around. Yeah. Okay. They
Be a
no,
good
they will. They will. The branches, the sticks, they will stick around. Yeah, for sure.
Because technically speaking, you could have Christians there. Like there might be some Christians who acknowledge that, well, we're a form of pagan. Like
I mean,
we
Soraya
look
is
at the symbolism
part of the
of
tribe,
Cool.
and she's definitely not a pagan, but she is more than welcome. I mean, it's not that we don't accept Christians. Just don't be the hardcore, narrow-minded Christian. Like if you're gonna call my gods, devils or demons in disguise, like you're gonna get booted before you're even in. It's simple as like we just ask to be a little open-minded and open for discussion. That's it. Otherwise, just be cool.
Okay.
Namaste, Bernadine, by the way. Lovely to have you here. Hope you're having a great day. And thanks for the insight into Nevada. Nevada is the place to register a corporation cheaply, it seems. Fascinating.
I guess so. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that from the Netherlands, but good to know, I guess.
Well, I mean, you just got to find an address.
Yeah, sure.
Like, the world is a small place these days because of the internet. So I'm sure these things
So,
can be arranged.
like
it's an interesting
anyone who lives in Nevada and is willing to help out, just let me know.
Start a tree there and branch it out from there.
I think
Yeah.
Soraya's having issue with her mic or something because she's come in again. She's fallen off twice, but now her mic's not on. She'll probably refresh her system. But so getting back to the whole idea of the totem as being, and this is really what you're describing is like a really harsh maypole dance, the sun dance. We knew about that in the cowboy films, the Sundance Kid,
Yeah.
which is quite interesting. That we didn't know what the Sundance was exactly, but like we knew about it. They told us about it. And it suddenly will give us a new idea about Bill Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, won't it? Like what that film's really about. We can probably look at that film through new eyes now. But the whole idea of sacrificing oneself to the tree of the of the family bloodline is quite an interesting one. I mean, as parents, we automatically sacrifice ourselves for our kids. We automatically sacrifice ourselves for our bloodline tree. Like we work, we do whatever it takes because we've got kids. If it means that like you sleep less and you work more, then you sleep less and you work more, because that's just what you do. Because
you sacrifice time, energy, money. You definitely sacrifice a part of yourself because it's not about you anymore. It's raising the next generation.
And that's quite interesting, because now we're speaking about generation. We're speaking about the 7 principles. And so, the 7 principles are sort of expressed in the tree of life as well. You see, here's an interesting point. If you look at 7 principles, yeah, and you embody them within a tree, it's going to result in 8, essentially, because it would have to result in something, right? And
Yeah.
those 7 principles will have come from somewhere. So it brings you back to 9. Something brought the 7 principles to us. And when the 7 principles all act together, they are something else. Right? So there's a reason why the 7 principles are here, and that's one thing. Then there's the 7 principles, and then there's all 7 principles cohesing to form some kind of a system, which is another thing. And so those are 9 things, if you look at it. And so when we consider like the tree of life, this is how the Kabbalah represents the 7 aspects of the 7 principles of Hermes. And Hermes, once again, very interestingly enough, represents this both potentialities of male and female, in a sense. The caduceus wand has got both serpents wound in opposite directions, both reaching towards an apex, that eye, that inner eye, that one eye that was removed by Odin,
Yeah.
or one eye that's left, or
And
the one eye
Hermes
that was
having a child with Aphrodite, the hermaphrodite, both male and female, which again also relates back to the Baphomet, who is both male and female.
exactly. So we've got the same symbol here, and that Hermes is Mercurius. And then we look at the frog symbolism, which is quite interesting, because the frog embodies this principle very like no creature does. Yeah, like frogs are literally they can did you know that frogs can change their sex? Like if you're a frog and you rock up in a pool and there's more females than males, you're like, damn this, I'm not gonna be a male, I'm gonna be a female. Oh no, if there's you can literally shift it up, go like, no, this isn't working for me, I'm gonna roll that way. They can literally change their sex. What a concept.
But like only change it once or change it back and forth?
I'm not sure. Let me check there. How many times can a frog change its sex?
Well, they
I don't live that long.
do sometimes to balance out whatever imbalance there is, so they can make it work. I
I'm
know-
definitely gonna have to clear my browser history after this show. Like the amount of weird searches.
With the clownfish, they follow a lead female, and if she dies, and there's no other females, the next strongest male will become a female and become the leader of the little fish.
Yeah.
So the sexual development and reversal happens when they are still tadpoles or larvae. Once they're adults, they can't change their sex. But the tadpoles, they take a sex. And if they notice that they're like there's too many, they can literally revert, or up until a certain age, they can change their sex, which is such a weird concept, because obviously frogs don't migrate from one pool to another. They live a very short life. They're in their pool, and that's where they do their thing, and then they're done.
But that's very much a thing for like reptiles, fish, amphibian, that it is the environment that determines their sex, because it's also I knew this, but I totally forgot about this. With sea turtles, and I believe either like alligators or crocodiles as well, that the warmer the outside temperature is, they will develop female, and if it's cold, they will develop male.
Yep. I've heard that too.
So
I didn't know
that's like
that.
that's like nature versus nurture, and in this case, it is literally nature. Like it's
Wow.
the environment in which the eggs are laid, in which you develop yourself, that determines your sex. So if you're in, a sea turtle or any kind of reptile being in a warmer environment, let's say like the Mediterranean, for example, it is more likely that you will develop as female. Well, here up north, where it's a lot colder, it's more likely that you will develop as male because of the colder environment.
That would explain why we got so many lizards here in South Africa,
Hmm.
and there are not so many lizards up there because there's a lot
Yeah.
more females. So, like one male can like really bang them out, Like,
Oh, yeah.
line up, ladies.
Yeah.
They can
Like,
just produce,
one
and the
male is
females
having-
are like what fixes your population at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the one male just has the time of his life.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's an interesting concept. I didn't actually realize that would explain why we have so many lizards. We've got beautiful lizards here on the mountain where I climb with my boy every morning, black ones. And I've almost got them to walk on my hand for my little boy. It's tricky to get close enough to them to like get them to go on your hand. Because you got to move really slowly. And if they see you moving, then they like go. If you can move slowly enough, they don't see you coming. And so you can literally put your hand underneath them and gently increase the pressure on their foot so their foot will then go on your hand.
Is it baby crocodile?
No, lizards.
Is it-
I mean, crocodiles are just big, scary lizards.
Yeah, I'd say very, very scary lizards. I don't know whether I'd want to put my hand under a crocodile. Even a baby crocodile, I'd probably be thinking twice about it.
Do you guys put like crocodiles that are
Crazy
gonna
nasty bug.
like burrow underground for like 40 meters or something deep?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
into the soil.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew they would burrow that deep into the soil.
Burrowing creature.
What
Yeah,
a concept!
Oof.
why have this rap for so many millions of years?
I wonder how long they can hold their breath for.
Long time.
Because if they're burrowing into the soil, they're burrowing in where there's water. So
They're like a
there's not much.
Birds.
Maybe they can breathe down there.
Yeah.
I mean, I
What a
know that
concept.
there are certain amphibious species who breathe through their skin. Like they don't actually have like
Probably.
lungs. They breathe through their skin. So as long as their skin isn't like fully covered, they'll be able to breathe.
I don't know
Yeah.
how they breathe in the process, but
What a concept!
Yeah, Mother Nature is creative.
To say the least. But yeah, the idea of the amphibian symbol of that union of sexualities is an interesting one, and obviously goes back to Hermes, hermaphrodite, which is why they're called hermaphrodite. Is hermaphrodite the actual technical name of a frog? What is it?
No, hermaphrodite is dual sex. Trans frogs.
I think a frog is called that.
Hermaphrodite. Amphibia.
Frog
Frogs can
name.
the ice into like a and a stone or ice and freeze for like hundreds of years, and then you open it up, they can hop back out and come to life.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause they'll just go into a very deep hibernation.
Yeah.
It's funny. Makes me think of Alex Jones. You know, they're turning the frogs gay, and now apparently the frogs are trans. You know, changing sex. It's going from bad to worse, people.
Yep. Now they do it. Fish, frogs do it. I don't know. Turtles do it.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It's freaking weird, but absolutely fascinating.
So in Latin, the word rana means frog. In Greek, batrakos. Interesting. Rana temporaria.
Temporaria.
Yeah.
Temporary.
Yeah.
Huh.
It just seems fascinating to me. Are you guys here? Is everything sound? Is the sound okay on your end? By the way.
Yeah. It's all good.
Cats having. Sorry.
No, it sounds all good. But
Cats having lizard eyes is an interesting concept. Yeah. With the skin, right?
no, with
There are not many animals.
The slit eyes.
Yeah. And the skin that goes a different way. Don't cats have two eyelids? Am I right or wrong?
I don't believe cats do.
Crocodiles do.
And I have 2 cats, but I haven't seen it.
Because I
Crocodiles.
know they've got that elongated slit eyes, which is fascinating as a concept.
Don't goats have slit eyes as well?
I think you're right. They do.
They have weird eyes. They could be like a 3-sided slit sometimes.
I don't know, but yeah, cats are one of the only or very, very few animals that have those slit eyes. All other or most other animals have the like the round pupils and irises like we do.
All right, so the frogs can undergo 3 kinds of sex changes. There's sexual dichromatism, hermaphroditism, and sequential hermaphroditism. So yeah, it is. There's a scientific name for it with Hermes and Aphrodite.
Yeah. It's interesting. The frogs have always been revered by Hermes. And by the way, I've just looked up the cat thing. Yeah, cats do have 2 sets of eyelids.
Oh, they do.
They do.
Yeah.
That's like an aquatic.
Somebody had told me that many years ago. I've always just sort of remembered it.
Yeah.
That like cats have got these weird eyes, the 2 sets of eyelids.
But
And
that is an aquatic thing, indeed, as Indy just said. Like that protects the eyes while still be able to keep them open, so to see underwater.
Yeah, that's how the
and
crocodiles.
cats really love water, don't they?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Like,
big
just
time.
take a cat next to the sea, watch it go.
Put him in the shower. Just poor thing. Oh, that's nuts. Yeah.
I guess it provides protection from debris and like dust too. So
Yeah. But it's I mean, It's interesting because they do have the ability to like have their pupils very much dilated, like just like visualize Puss in Boots from Shrek, when he puts on the cute face, the big eyes, the puppy eyes. Cats have that ability as well, even though they have the slit or almond shaped eyes. So their eyes are able to expand to that degree somehow.
I keep hearing these weird sounds. Trying to understand if it's my dog or what it is with the cables. But yeah, it's a very interesting point when we're looking at the animals that relate to Hermes. And Hermes, I believe, relates to the DNA. That the tree of life is essentially Hermes's tree, and it's also the ancestral tree, and it also represents joining of masculine and feminine together, forming a polarity. So that there's a lot to consider and unpack here when we look at a tree, and also the fact that trees, the number 3, represent the first 3 principles, and within each 3, those 3 principles are rebounded to form the 9 worlds. So the 9 gates between the worlds are also the symbol of the tree. And now we've tied this up with the totem poles, which are really the ancestral heritage that we can put here on Earth, recreating our tree as an Axis Mundi. And an Axis Mundi is the center of our universe, essentially. Although we haven't really gotten into the story of Rupus Nigra as an Axis Mundi. And this idea that trees talk. Firstly, they talk. It's just what they do. What a concept.
They do. They have a whole, but they communicate through their roots, I believe. Like they literally have a underground communication system, like mushrooms do as well.
That's very interesting because, just looking at it, just looking at the way that this is, I think there's more going on with the trees talking. I think they're communicating telepathically as well.
Mm-hmm.
That communication through the roots is just the same as we are like enacting our speech with our mouths, but our communication is happening on another level too. That's not so obvious to us.
Yeah.
And so trees are also on that level communicating, and what's obvious is the root communication, but I think there's more going on because trees can literally talk to us. Like we've got to be really slow to be able to hear. Our mind's got to be really slow.
That's
really, really slow.
What I find fascinating in Tolkien's work with the ants, the Treebeard, the ants. They're really old and they're really slow, and it takes a long time for them to come to an answer. So it's funny that you mentioned that trees communicate, but very, for us at least, very slow, very deliberate.
When I saw that movie, it blew my mind because that's what I experienced on my DMT. On the after I was hit out of my body, shot out of my body like through a cannon. Oh my gosh. I've never moved so fast before in my life. I know what it feels like to be shot out of a cannon, even though I've never been in a cannon, but I can tell you exactly what it feels like. My gosh. It's like, woo! And you feel yourself like shot out of your body. But when I came back into my body after everything had shut down, like I came into my body and it was inert. And I literally had to almost whirl this wheel to turn, whirl that wheel to turn, whirl that wheel to turn. And each wheel started slowly turning. And those were my thoughts moving in my brain. And so I was like, without thoughts, I was like, such a Zen state. And then I was like, who is this? Like talking to me. And then I realized they're not talking to me, they're talking to each other. But who is this that I'm hearing? And then I realized I was hearing the trees. I was like, oh my God, no. And then I realized, no, this is the trees. And I had to sit for a long time to get like one idea pass between the trees. It takes a long time for one idea to pass. And it's like a kind of a visceral idea. It's not like what the way we think. And then when I saw that film, I was like, oh my gosh, this Tolkien knew things.
Yeah. Oh, he
knew things.
He is not just a great storyteller. I mean, he is at the very least a mystic, if not a higher level occultist, even, because the things that he wrote about, some of the characters, the lands, the symbolism. I mean, yeah, of course, he took a lot of inspiration from European paganism, from Norse paganism, Celtic paganism. He took a lot of inspiration from Catholicism. He was a very devoted Catholic, but he knew so much more, and he had a not just a greater understanding, I believe, but also truly a deeper understanding of things, of the world. Like I don't think there is, when you mention, when people talk about Tolkien, I don't think that is mentioned enough. Like just the mystical aspects of his writings, the layers underneath the story, underneath the archetypes, even, because he wrote a lot with archetypes. Of course, like Aragorn is very much an archetype. It's amazing, his knowledge, his writing, his ability to create a world, because it's not just stories that he wrote. He created a whole world with a history, and it's almost like it's real.
It's very interesting because the main story that we know of Tolkien, like the most well-known and most celebrated, The Lord of the Rings. The whole premise behind the story is that 9 rings were created.
Yeah.
And each of these rings represents one of the worlds or one of the realms.
They were divided among the kings of men, the dwarves, elves, and I believe he had he of course had the One Ring. So I believe that was it. Like, it's the 3 rings and then the one above.
And so it represents the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. No? If you think about it. and that one ring controls them all. Now we're right back at the Sephirot. That all of the Sephirot, all 9 of the Sephirot that are bleeding into this world are under the direction of Kether, essentially, the crown, which is an interesting concept. So like there's some deep mystical knowledge about the tree of life itself being sort of woven into the fabric of the story as a metaphor, and knowledge about tree talk. And that he put so much time into this, the tree folk, you know, these tree beings, is very interesting, because it's sort of, I think it represents like the way that we used to be able to communicate with the trees.
Yeah.
And maybe it's something we've lost. And maybe, could you imagine being able to communicate with trees? And being able to like suggest to the tree to grow like this because you need that branch over here.
Or just the stories they could tell.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have to chop down a tree to make a home.
No. You could just ask it to grow its branches in a certain way.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
so it would be an ancestral thing that would travel through lineages. And so your homes would be in the trees, but like your great-grandfathers, and you would be entitled to continue this relationship with these trees because they're continually growing. So they need to be continually in a relationship with you. And then it would be your job to feed the trees or to add your sustenance to the tree. And now we get back to the idea of sacrifice, bleeding around the tree. Take a pint of blood, put it onto the ground. That's what that Sundance ritual looks like. Urinate around a tree, because nitrogen. Trees are the only things that can eat nitrogen in that quantity. And if you hug trees, as I've said this before, the first thing you want to do is pee.
Yeah. I mean, you're
It's the
always
first
looking
thing you
for,
want to do,
you're
and your
always looking
instinct
for
is
a
to
tree.
pee right next to the tree, because
Yeah.
the tree's like, okay, well, what you got for me? Well, I got a bit of nitrogen. Yeah, I'll have it.
Bring it on.
So it's a very interesting concept. Yeah, a big interesting list of animals have these vertical slits.
Yeah.
I knew foxes had them, but I've always thought of a fox as being half dog, half cat. I don't know why I've always thought that. And
That's interesting. Yeah.
and the whole idea of Middle Earth, which is a very interesting concept. Why is it called Middle Earth?
Midgard. The realm of man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Norse Germanic. That's literally Midgard. That's the realm of man. Asgard, the realm of the gods.
Yeah, that to me, it's like there's so much knowledge that's hidden in plain sight in our culture, and it's Tolkien must have been an initiate or have been connected to initiates to have gained such intimate, knowledge of many things of this nature. And it's interesting how the writings of Tolkien have been sort of put before us, almost like they've given us a worldview which is a lie. They've double-crossed us. So what does a double cross mean? It means that one cross has got to be true and one cross has got to be a lie.
Yeah.
So that you fall for the lie cross, but the true cross is there all along. And you could see that, but you didn't believe it because you believed the other cross. So they have to, if they're going to change our worldview of what physics is, if they're going to change our worldview of what life and passing from life is, and physicality is all that there is, and this notion, they're going to change our worldview that this religion is not pagan, or this religion is that, and that's evil, and hell is this, and if they're going to put all of these concepts into our head, they had to also put the truth in front of us. And so they hid the truth in
And
plain
they-
sight in like
And they did
stories
in
like
more
Tolkien.
ways. They did in more ways than one, because a teacher like grading papers, what does he put in front of the the wrong answers? He puts the cross. Like, no, that's wrong. Or if you are like crossing something out, it's
Yeah.
not an option anymore. We don't think of that anymore. We don't see it anymore. We don't acknowledge it anymore. It's been crossed out. Or in cartoons, for example, to portray how a character died, the eyes, two crosses.
Yeah, definitely a lot of interesting knowledge that's been put here, and Tolkien is one, and I mean there are even more occult, like Lovecraft, right?
Paul,
Um,
he is a
it gets more
dark
it gets more obvious.
Lovecraft is
Lovecraft.
a dark occultist. Like, he was messing with some shit, man.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And Lovecraft. It's obviously a pseudonym.
Yeah.
And Lovecraft. I mean, that's a very interesting concept. The craft of love, which relates
Or-
to
I mean, that's also how the practice is called, right? The craft, practicing the craft.
yeah.
So maybe he loved the craft. He loved the practice.
And C.S.
And
Lewis is another one. You're right.
Yeah.
And then,
And
of course,
H.P.
like
Lovecraft.
poets.
H.P. Blavatsky. H.P. Harry Potter. There's another so-called magician.
I never saw that. Wow, Harry Potter, Blavatsky. That's a very interesting connection.
H.P.
And to buy something on hire purchase.
Yeah. Or in games, hit points. The amount of life you have left.
Yeah, you're right. This HP has always been sort of with us.
That just came to mind right now, but
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think it gives us, and H represents, so what does H represent? H represents something that's held up. I mean, it comes from the idea of a window, but it's like strutting up something which is like a gap that holds something together.
and
So
H and P are the 8th and 16th letter of the alphabet.
yeah, that is interesting. And so you're just looking at that in itself is rather interesting, 8 plus 7. And 8 plus 7 is 15, which brings us back to 6. So if we look at H is like the word hollow. It's a part of a house. It's the hollow thing in a house. It's height. It's an abstract thing. And P is relating to communication, mouth. The old P relates to the hieroglyph of the mouth, pe.
Mhm.
In the same way that he is a window, pe is a mouth. And so the pen, to pull ideas, to penetrate, to please, to portray, which is an interesting word. Portray. The ray that comes from the port, to portray. So it's interesting when we look at how these concepts like HP, it's definitely something to meditate on.
Yeah.
Can't
And
believe I
like
missed that
that
one.
just
So obvious.
that just came to me now. Like that was just something I don't even know, man.
Portray. The word portray. So to portray yourself in such a way, to portray information in a particular way, it's the nuance that you give to portraying something. Like you can portray someone as a good person, you can portray them as a bad person. Yeah.
Ships
Yeah.
And
You're the
so
port.
it's port. The word port
Yeah.
and then ray. Like a
Or
ray of
a sh-
light.
or a ship's port,
Yeah.
Yeah.
since we're supposedly living under a like naval rule, because everything's related to water, everything's related to the water, to the ocean, to sea, current sea, or even just the current, the birth canal, the place through which ships enter the ocean, enter the wider world. If you have money in the bank, you have liquidity.
Yes, vessels. And you mentioned currents. Cure
Yeah.
end. Cure end. Which is interesting. It could be a und.
And
Und.
even electricity we're calling currents,
Yeah.
but
I think that the word current originally comes from, in the old days, you used to get cured by rivers or by springs, which was a current. So
is that
your doctor is the tor is where you'll find your doctor. So these
So is
words
that
relate
also where
to currents in water.
where the idea of baptizing in the river comes from?
Yeah.
Letting
Exactly.
the current wash away all your sins.
Problems.
Yeah.
And cure. Let it cure you of illness. Cure end.
Yeah.
The end of needing to be cured, which is interesting. Current. And then currency. Like the whole money thing. And this all comes back to trees at the end of the day. Because if you think about what would trees represent the movement of water under the ground, or nutrients and fluids, in the way that they program these mushrooms. And so the ley lines are affected by the movement of mineral under the floor.
Yeah.
So ley lines, minerals and fluids moving under the ground through mushroom networks. Are we touching on to how ley lines come into being and reacting to certain minerals, and these minerals have all been alchemically changed to be bound in fluids. So it's very interesting when you consider how these things work. And so trees have got an important role in somehow affecting the flow of things through the earth beneath us.
And even the flow of the ship on the water, the mast on which you hang the sails. Like without the sails, you need manpower, and a lot of manpower to row the ship. It's a lot easier if you literally have the wind blowing in your sails, but you need a mast, or just a big, what most likely once was a huge tree, or 2 or 3 of them on your ship, because otherwise you don't have a place to, which is another cross, by the way, because you have the cross beam on which you attach the sails. There we go. We have a cross.
You have to cross it.
Yeah. Like you need the tree first, but then the cross beam. So the cross for the sail in order to make use of the forces of Mother Nature to move you forward.
Very interesting. And so a cross blocks the wind. It sort of cancels out the flowing of wind when you put a sail on it.
Yeah.
Because the wind can't flow. It's stuck now. The sail's holding it.
Yeah. Thereby pushing you forth.
Yeah. That's very interesting when we consider, and it's like how big part of our survival trees have been, and how we've forgotten that in these modern times, that we're living in this society that, okay, so this is a bit of a mind blow. It's slightly off topic, but not completely. So now it's like 49% of the oxygen is made in the sea, as opposed to 69%, close to 70, right? What it used to be when I was in school. That's what they taught me. And I'm pretty sure that the math wasn't a problem. I think that the oceans have changed. I think the climate has changed. I think that a lot of the protozoa in the ocean are not alive anymore in the same population as what they used to be. I think the change of sea level has affected so many things, temperature and everything, So, and the pollution is probably a big part of it. The amount of oil that goes into the ocean.
Yeah. And this is something I heard on a another podcast recently, which is another thing to think about. Everything that has once lived into the ocean died and sank to the bottom. So the sand on the bottom of the ocean, is that really just sand? Or is that all life that has once lived into the ocean reduced to the size of a grain of sand?
That's a very interesting concept. The crystallization that must happen in that pressure.
Yeah. I mean, all the meaty bits, all the nutritions would have been eaten by other sea life sustaining itself. But the bones have to go somewhere. They stay on the bottom of the ocean, and with the currents and flowing of the water eroding more, getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So how much of it is sand and how much of it is bone eroded and crystallized?
How much is rock and how much is bone? And how have they combined on the bottom of the ocean?
But is there even a difference between fossilized turned into rock? Basically, what once was bone is now turned into rock. What was once organic matter or softer organic matter is now rock. So if that can happen on land in the perfect conditions, why not in the ocean?
No, it makes perfect sense because the conditions at the bottom of the ocean, we can only speculate. We can only get down to a certain point, can't we? We can't get deep enough to really see what's going on in the depths, which is where the stuff's really going to sink to. Because the currents will move everything around, they will settle in the deepest places.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bottom feeders down there too, but it's going to be a mess one way or another.
I mean, yeah, but those bottom feeders, they still filter out the nutrients.
Yeah, they'll probably leave the bones, especially for like a large whale or something.
I mean, I imagine it, still being a good source of calcium.
Yeah.
Mexico's mentioning Terry Pratchett. There's another one of those, but at least he really seems to put the occult into a sweet perspective, doesn't he? Puts a smile on your face when you read these ideas. The universe is like basically what the whole world is on the back of a turtle. Or is it a tortoise? I forget.
Yeah.
And we laugh at the idea. But like, could we be part of a bigger living thing? And we can't see it. Like, does the flea know it's living on a dog? Do bacteria know that they're living in our gut?
That's our microcosm. We are the bacteria's macrocosm.
Yeah. So, just they tell us what the earth is, right? And that it's not a living thing.
But somehow when you plant something in the earth, it does grow.
Exactly.
So it can give life, it can bring life, but is not a living thing itself. I doubt it.
Doesn't add up.
Yeah.
And so this extremist philosophy that we've been sort of indoctrinated with, that like, matter is just dead cold stuff. That the laws of nature aren't alive. I mean, if one considers if the laws of nature are alive, then one should be able to talk to the spirits of the laws of these beings, which are the laws of nature, and ask them to do you favors. Isn't that called magic?
Yep.
So, like our entire, concept of magic being just tricks with coins was fabricated so that we wouldn't know what it was.
Yeah. And if it's alive, then we therefore assume it has a soul. It has a spirit, maybe.
And so what is really going on Earth is an interesting question.
Like,
is the Mother Earth being tortured? It's an interesting concept. And is there real suffering involved? Not just on the microcosmic level of all the animals that are suffering and us that are suffering, all the poisons that we have to imbibe, and all of this.
I'd say yes and no. I mean, whatever is going on, we definitely have our role to play in it, but I very much doubt that it's all us.
Absolutely. No. I don't think I'm not talking about global warming. I believe that's a hoax.
Anything really. Oh no, I mean, yeah, global warming exists, but that's just cycles. That's natural cycles, warming up, cooling down. It's happened before a few times even. I mean, last time was what, 10, 14,000 years ago. So yeah.
Dear Aaron, brother, how long have you been here? Much love to those of you that don't know Aaron. He's a philosopher in his own right, influenced by Rosicrucian and Vedic and mixed ideas. He's been a part of our show for a long time. I hope I didn't keep you waiting for long, dear brother. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good to see everyone. I'm beyond fashionably late today. Had some other things going on that I was pouring some of my creative energy into. I've probably been listening in for like 15 minutes, so I'll just listen and see where the thread is flowing and jump in if I've got anything to add.
Well, those of you that don't know Aaron, and probably a good time to mention it, both Aaron and Steinforks, their channels are recommended in my recommended channels. So just go and take a look there. You'll see there's Aaron, and Steinforks is Greythorn. No, it's Steinforks, isn't it? Your channel name.
Yeah, but you can find us on Greyhorn Pagans as well. But yeah, Steinforks.
And yeah, so there's a lot of interesting meditations that's been coming out in Oren's channel, and a lot of really interesting interviews that have, like, you've done a lot of interviews, haven't you? So these guys have really been nailing their channels up. Oren's been starting to put a lot of time and work and energy into it, so go and check it out. But yeah, the whole idea of that the trees, that the mountains that we see could have been trees, and that they could have been really big trees, is not really that far-fetched to me.
I love that idea. Yeah.
In a previous epoch where the world was different, and the laws, the living beings whose bodies, like my body, is a conglomeration of living beings that operate together to make my body. Organs and tissues and populations of tissues, and they all operate together, but they're all separate beings that work together. The laws of nature, being living beings, all band together to make the body of the world. And in the same way that our bodies can evolve and change to become different bodies that operate in different ways, so the world has obviously evolved. And there was a time when we had these huge creatures. Were these huge creatures on Earth, or were these huge creatures elsewhere? Were these trees on our Earth? That this is another crazy thought. So if what the Sumerian texts are saying is true, were those big trees on this planet, or were they on the planet that broke up, Tiamat, of which Ki is a piece? And we've got mountains, which are the remnants of trees on another planetary system where magnetism was different. Is what we're called dinosaurs, were they actually alive in our planet? Or was that the remnants of when Tiamat existed? Because they haven't quite been able to figure out how the dinosaurs were so big. Right?
Well,
I mean, there's a couple of theories that have been blown out there, but if you think about the scale and the size of these things, the magnetic field must have been really, really different. And the Earth is moving further from the sun, right? So the magnetic field isn't getting stronger.
It's getting denser.
It's getting weaker.
Weaker, denser.
Right? So it would have been harder for dinosaurs to exist on this planet a long time ago than it would today. Because what is the distance? Oren, you might know. What is the distance that the Earth travels further from the sun every year?
I like more of the Gaia Earth model, and it seems like I keep coming back to the like the cell type diagram, how cells come together and then cells divide and split, and I wonder if even Earth is almost like a massive cell, and I wonder if was it two cells that were divided with different types of terrains or different life forms, and then eventually they ended up merging in order to see what the combination of two different environments end up kind of blossoming in order to create more novelty and new consciousness experience. And I wonder if, as the world's trying to move towards the current advanced technology and transhumanism, if it's almost like trying to seal the container, and eventually is that cell going to need to split or merge with another one in order to create new novel experiences for consciousness to continue to grow and create?
I would actually say that the split either is going on or has happened already. Because if you look at, let's say modern society today, it really does seem like people are living in, at the very least, two different worlds. The one that hold on to the materialist view, the the government is your friend and is like will always do anything to help us. sickness is health, health is sickness, all of that. And then there are the people who, well, find themselves here on the round table and in the comments, who have developed a greater understanding. Like, we definitely live in two different worlds already, like maybe on the same physical plane, but definitely not the same world. So I definitely think that the schism, or the separation, the dividing of the cells, I love that concept, by the way, and it's a good one. I think it's either it has happened or is happening already. And I found the distance that the sun, or that the Earth is moving from the sun, it's very little but quite significant. It is 0.0003 centimeters, or 0.0001 inch every year, which isn't a whole lot, but adds up.
Yeah, I mean, over several millions of years, it's gonna tally, which is interesting. If that makes sense, Or sorry, when were the dinosaurs here? I forget. We're talking billions of years. Am I right?
No, that's millions. That's
Is it
the latest
I lose
period
touch.
was the latest period ended, I believe, around 60 to 65 million years ago.
Okay, so it's interesting. I mean, how that affects, and what that means is that we're just getting further away from the sun, however that works, or the sun is getting further away from us. Interesting concept as a possibility. But then the moon must also be getting further away from us, right? For the sun and the moon to fit so perfectly, think about it.
But the moon is said to be trapped in our orbit, so you'd think
But wouldn't our
that
orbit change according to our density in relation to the density of the sun?
then
Does that make sense?
Then the gravitational forces would weaken as well,
Causing it to be slightly further. Just that same ratio.
Yeah. So
maybe
the
one
same
day the
ratio
Earth
that
would,
we're moving from the sun, the moon would be moving away from us.
so it could work with a round Earth model or a flat Earth model, is my point, as a concept, which is interesting. Like whichever model, because it's very interesting how these models have come into being and come into change. And when I say flat Earth, I don't necessarily mean flat Earth. I mean, we could be on the inside of a sphere. And everything could be inwards. Like we could be looking at other universes when we're looking at galaxies. And it could be, I like what you said, Aaron, about the rubbing together, because it makes me think of the different universes, the different worlds, the different spheres, the 9 spheres, as they are rubbing against each other. The Sephirot are rubbing against each other and changing, creating friction, and frictions producing shifts. And then there'll be other universes like membranes pushing against each other. Though, just looking at the Sumerian story, if the Sumerian story, what they told us, is true, it would suddenly account for the dinosaurs. Because according to the Sumerian story, Tiamat was a very big planet on a very wide arc, wider even than the arc of Nibiru. And that Tiamat and Nibiru had a collision, according to the histories of Nibiru written down there, and that collision destroyed Tiamat. and that what was left of Tiamat became what we know as the asteroid belt, which they was before Nibiru had poked its head into the asteroid belt. It had been called the hammered bracelet and was like a fixed, you couldn't cross it easily. And then the statement is that a part of this went off elsewhere. And so they went looking for a piece of Tiamat to find the gold that they knew was on Tiamat. That's why they came to Earth. That's their story. And so now the story of Tiamat was it was a dragon planet with dragons living there. And lizards. And so it was an oceanic planet, according to the story, but they mentioned the dragons, these beings. So it could be that a big chunk of Tiamat floated across, and that's what caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. I mean, we're told that it was a collision by a comet or whatever, but like, who's to know what happened? If their story is true, suddenly we've got all of these remnants of these dinosaurs that just don't fit according to our gravitational field. There could be a story that relates this, and the destruction of Tiamat could have been below, reflecting the change that you're talking about above. If that makes sense, Aaron. On a spiritual plane, there could have been this transition and this broaching of a different bubble. And now we look at the Kabbalah and we look at Duat. So Duat represents, or that's often pronounced Doth, but dot. Yeah, the word dot comes from it. So it's a Sephirot that's not a Sephirot, but it is. And its title is knowledge, represents knowledge, but real knowledge. Now, Keter represents that which is beyond being known. But Duat is sort of like a representation of Keter in the tree. But it's not acknowledged as a Sephirot, because when Keter is present, Duat cannot be present. When Keter is not present, Duat is present. So Keter is Duat. When Keter has been pulled into the tree and absorbed into the tree as knowledge, then Keter is no longer unknowable. It is now Duat. It is now knowledge. So that abyss that is represented by Duat could be a clear idea representing the separation of knowledge out of the universe, in a sense, metaphorically, which could represent the unity being left behind when the rest of the universe is extracted from the seven principles of Hermes, which is the mentalist sphere. But it can only be integrated when understood and true knowledge dawns. I don't know, there's a very interesting concept when we look at the tree of life and we look at what Aaron's saying about these membranes, cells rubbing against each other, squeezing into each other, producing new possibilities. And then there's the story of Keter and Duat, and then we're looking at these dinosaurs. I don't know. I've got more questions than answers.
So if cell membrane makes me think, like you mentioned flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers also believe that there is this dome over the Earth, which apparently is the firmament. So that would be the cell lining then, if that were to be true, and the Earth is one cell out of many, like one cell in the body that we call the universe, then the dome, if that indeed would exist, would be that cell barrier, that cell membrane.
and it would be surrounded by water on all sides. It does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So this is why I haven't got decisions of what the Earth is. I don't want to pretend to know. I'm happy with it being round. I'm happy with it being flat. I'm happy with it being on the inside. I'm happy to just suspend my belief.
Oh, you should look up the crater Earth theory. That one is incredibly fascinating. That supposes that the Earth, as we know it, as we think we know it, dun dun dun, of course, exists in a crater on the moon, and that the ice wall is the edges of the crater, and that the lands beyond the ice wall, which are mentioned by numerous people, that's also one thing that I do believe, that that there are more lands and more people than we are being told that there are, that those are other craters, that those are not like other worlds, other continents, but that those are other craters existing on the same moon. There's this one content creator on YouTube who does so much about it. It's an absolutely crazy theory, but then again, like what theory isn't crazy? The crater Earth theory, it's fascinating, and he lines up some things that does make you think, that does make you think twice, and like kind of like think to yourself like, he actually has some decent arguments. Like there might actually be something to this.
I like to be able to kind of layer the different theories and see which ones, if I modify the concept slightly, does it still work with it? So like with that crater Earth theory you're describing, I could just as well, instead of it being the moon, be like a large ocean. And so instead of a crater, it could be a cell. And so that would also be like the ice wall would be the membrane. And then maybe it's merging with another crater or cell that's in the same ocean. And then the concept is relatively the same with just some minor tweaks of the imagination. And then all three of them kind of work together.
Or, let's throw another crazy one. If the planet that we live on is indeed a living being, and like kind of sticking with the crater theory, could the crater be a pore in said planetary body? Many pores, many craters, things coming from under the skin, water, filth, as we have, within our planet, water, filth, stuff coming from underground, inflammation. I mean, if we're gonna throw things out there, might as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really valid point, and it makes sense to me because a lot of the processes of the earth are very similar to things that we experience in our own body. It's just at a bit of a different scale and maybe a little bit of a different time frame, but they're really not all that different.
No, exactly. I mean, like what Franklin just mentioned with like the bacteria and everything, like that's our microcosm. So for the earth, we would be its microcosm. For the universe, our planet, whatever form or shape it may have, would be its microcosm. Maybe the universe, since it is ever expanding into what? Fucking beats me. But apparently it's expanding. So
It must be growing.
yeah, so even our universe is a microcosm of something bigger in which it is expanding, in which it is growing, which, and like whatever it is growing in has to be housed by something, bordered by something, maybe part of something even larger. And that's like, I don't know, go as big and as deep as you want, you know, because even cells and bacteria, like you can go even smaller than that to the atomic level, and probably even the atomic level you can break down into something smaller. So infinite up, infinite down.
And it also seems like, I mean, at least from the rules here and what Bush Whisperer has been talking about, is things kind of develop more in the energy astral environment first, and then the physical manifestation is second. So it would mean that the astral spiritual level would need to have this shift first. And so as we move our own being and vibration, then we shift to the other cell or crater. And then once that split is complete, well, then the etheric manifestation would create the more of the actual transportation later on. And for me, it seems like in the recent few years, it's kind of like certain people feel more like they're closer, like we've kind of separated in the different dimension. And I kind of find myself coming into contact with people, and then it's like, oh, we're in the same place together. And then it feels like other people, it's like, man, we feel like we're on different planets. We kind of, our avatars kind of come close to each other, but I keep coming beyond mathematical possibility around people that seem and feel, and like the energy sensation too. It's like, oh, we're way closer than whatever the physical thing is going on here. And I don't remember
Yeah.
feeling that way even a few years ago, not at the level of intensity that I do now. And I don't think it's entirely related to my own personal development.
I mean, it is and it isn't. You know, you attract what you put out. So if you're living on a higher vibration, living with a higher consciousness, then of course you're gonna attract those people. But yeah, I definitely believe it is on a larger scale. I mean, just over the few decennia, really, just so many wake up events have happened. You know, like just in my lifetime, you had the Twin Towers coming down. You had the financial crash of 2008, making us realize that money doesn't exist really, so that we have to do things differently. Then you know, the whole thing with like the 2012 Mayan calendar and whatever, and I do believe there is something to it, because 2012, for whatever reason, seemed to be a significant year indeed. And then, of course, you know, which is crazy to say, but it's been 4 years ago already, the whole COVID thing, you know, like I especially, you know, like looking through the lists of possible guests that I have, and like a lot of people that I have talked about recently or talked with recently on my show, like so many people changed their lives or like woke up to the reality because of COVID. So
You think those events are like the totem pole that's being created in our present life? Like all
Oh,
of the
really?
events stack up to create a obelisk or some sort of frequency
Oh shit,
shift.
dude, that's
Maybe those people that instigated those events were aware of spiritual cosmic changes happening, and they saw their chance to add their what do you call it when you do a version of a track, a song? They did their own
Edit.
rendition
oh yeah.
of that spiritual change on the inner planes, on the physical plane, and their rendition had to be the same track, right? Because there's that track playing on the inner planes, you have to play that track. But when you do a cover, there's a certain amount of renditioning. I don't know, but it's a very interesting concept. I mean, you can look at it from different, but it's the same idea that this is like a milestone's not the right word, but it's like a monument on the physical plane to something that's happening on the inner planes.
Yeah. So I mean, I definitely, and I think the visual of the totem pole is a good visualization for that. All the different layers of spirituality and spiritual awakening happening, stacking on top of each other to eventually lead to illumination. I think yeah.
I think the Kabbalist tree of life is a totem pole. It's just an elaborate totem pole.
Yeah. And I keep seeing this visual of the what is it, the toroidal axis. That is the tree of life, very broad at the bottom, going in small, broad out at the top again. That's the roots, the trunk, the branches, and the leaves.
That's what I think the universe is. I mean, and that's what I think our world is. And that's what I think a cell is. We're told that cells are circles. But shouldn't they be toroidic?
I mean, would make the split a lot easier if that is what is happening.
Yeah. It suddenly accounts for but we've been told cells are like little balls.
Yeah.
Because we're living on a ball, right? So cells are little balls. But we're
Everything
maybe we're actually living in a toroid. It would make sense that the galaxy then is a toroid, that the sun is then a toroid, that everything must be toroidic to some degree. Our bodies are toroidic, right?
Yeah.
Like you put in food, you take out plant food to then grow your food to put back in your mouth.
Yeah.
So that's like a toroidic concept. A hollow body.
Okay. So would that mean that the Earth then is hollow as well, or at least has a hollow point to it? Like if you like look at the drain, for example, if you take out the plug, it swirls, leaving one bit in the middle open, which is again a toroidal field. You can especially see that in the bathtub. It's the toroidal field spiraling down to the drain, but always leaving some part open from the top down. So if our Earth is a toroidal field, a toroidal realm, it would make sense that there is a hollow point in it. Or maybe, you know, like maybe there are entrances at the poles, because that's where it would branch out. That's where it would be at its widest, going smaller and smaller as it goes in.
We've got a air cavity in our bodies that's the same way, that goes from, throughout the whole body, that we breathe in, and has the life force that goes through it that helps generate the circular motion and everything that's going on. So again, Earth kind of seems to reflect it.
And our lungs, they look like branches of trees.
Yeah.
They are like trees. They do what trees do. What do trees do? They take CO2 and oxygen and recycle them.
They grab that air.
Yeah, so that's what our lungs do.
Stomatus and areolas.
Aaron's asking an interesting question about when did the heart location change? Please elaborate, dear brother. That's an interesting question.
That's
People talk about. Oh, do you know about that, Stein? You can go on that.
no, I do. I know what that's about. That's like kind of connected to the Mandela effect, like the two different worlds that we seem to be living in. Because as Bernadine puts it so eloquently, she's from the old timeline. So if we were to ask her, her heart would be on the left side of her body, left slightly center. But now apparently your heart is on the right side of your body. Like that's what modern medicine is telling us now. I have looked it up, and if we like indeed imagine the physical heart in the shape that science tells us it is, it's probably toroidal shaped as well. I've never like actually seen one, so I don't know. But the larger ventricle, oh puppy, sorry. But the larger ventricle is indeed placed a little more to the right, like a little more like center right. But for as far as I know, your heart is still located on the left side of your chest, but apparently now it's on the right side. You know, just like with the Monopoly Man, apparently he never had a monocle. Or with the Fruit of the Loom brand, the t-shirts, it never had the cornucopia, just the fruit.
Now I want to bring something ancient to the table. Because yoga philosophy states, this is not new, that certain postures can only be done laying on your left side. Because more of your heart is on your right-hand side. And this is ancient knowledge.
The larger ventricle. Yeah.
Yeah.
The largest ventricle.
So there's certain postures, like for example, sorry, you shouldn't be on your left-hand side. Because there's more space for your heart to move on the left. So it's very interesting, you know.
Then again, if you have tummy issues, you should lay on your left side because your esophagus connects to the right side of your stomach. So the left side of your stomach actually is slightly larger. So it has more space to digest. And if you lay on your left side, you don't run the risk of throwing it all back up, or, you know, even if you're sleeping, throwing it back up and choking on it.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, the one side will weaken your heart, and the other side will affect your gut. And if you're using a bedpan, you have to lay on your right. For those of you that have looked after disabled people, you have to lay on your right.
You're right.
So, yeah, it's interesting how the body works, isn't it? Is that right? Let me check. Gosh, it's so many years since I've done like manual evacuations and colostomy bags and all of those different things but yeah, I think it's on your right. It's a long time, but yeah.
Don't they attach the colostomy bag to your left?
Yeah, no. For people who can't use their bowels,
Yeah.
that would be attached there. Probably just because it's a normally that only gets attached if the last piece has been removed. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
If they remove the last part of it, then they have to put that there as an alternative. But yeah, using bedpan. Let me Google it. Using bedpan on right hand side, right or left? I wonder if Google will be able to give me any information here. Oh gosh, no. They got videos. Can you believe it? They got videos.
You're supposed to sleep on one side, not the other, because of the way the stomach's arranged.
That's what I say.
Well, this is very interesting. Like this is yogic knowledge as well. This is what I mean. It's very interesting when we start looking at this. Like, did the heart move?
Then the other interesting thing about that would be, like, if the heart did move, then you would think that the doctors would have to identify if somebody's from the old timeline or the new timeline. But then the other layer I think about that, like, let's say you actually do get injured, and then maybe you're more attached to one of the cells or realms than the other, and then you automatically put yourself in a situation where, if you're in the old timeline, an old timeline doctor just happens to be the one that works on you, so everything flows and is normal. Where if you're like new timeline and the heart's on the other side, maybe the circumstances of the world make it so you just interact with a doctor on the new timeline, so they don't really merge together. That's my psychedelic interpretation of it.
I feel like we have like an idiocracy situation where we used to have good handwriting, and now it's just like illegible chicken scratch, and there's like logos of people with like a heart in the middle, and people have been barraged with this heart in the middle of the chest thing. And I feel like a lot of times they're misrepresenting where the heart is on anatomy and physiology charts as well, possibly. So people just have this misconception. But we had always known to put our hand over our heart, and you take your right hand and put it on the left part of your chest. We don't put our hand in the middle of the chest. So unless they stop saying Pledge Allegiance, I don't know how people could have missed that.
I do believe that in these states, a lot of schools have stopped saying the Pledge of Allegiance because, I don't know, probably racism or something.
Personally, that's the only way that I knew that the heart was on the left side of the chest, because of the Pledge of Allegiance. Something about the holding your hand every day right there. And
also with the with your ring, which is connected to Saturn for a different time, but you place it on your left hand or your left ring finger, even, because that's where
Right.
I believe that it's on that side where one of the main arteries is that runs to your heart. And also when you're having a heart attack, you get a shooting pain in your left arm, which absolutely would not make sense if your heart was situated on the right.
In the middle.
I mean,
I
in the
think that they've
middle,
tried to play with us, because I also learned when I was so when I was a child in school, I also learned that the left ventricle is bigger and takes up more space than the right ventricle.
yeah,
But we were taught that the heart's actually in the center of your chest, but that it seems to be on the left side because the left ventricle is bigger. That's how my biology teacher taught it to me when I was in school, because we had these questions come up in like,
it's the right ventricle that's bigger, right?
no, the left ventricle is bigger.
Oh, that.
Hmm.
Sorry, guys.
I mean
I
that's
guess we
how
would
I've always,
need
that's how I've
somebody who
always,
was
I mean
we would
that's
probably need
why
someone-
you must lie on your right. So you mustn't lie on your left, because if you lie on your left, sleep on your left, it weakens your heart. The most important ventricle for circulating the blood is your left, because it's pushing the blood down.
Yeah. So if you lay on your left, then it wouldn't be able to gather the necessary force.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because you'd be literally blocking a muscle, or like
You'd be
laying
blocking the
on-
muscle action a little bit. And
Yeah.
it's bigger in that part of your body, so there's less space as well. I mean, I think that's the story behind the yoga. Because yoga teachers will say, like, this posture must be done like this. You see the posture of the Buddha lying down? It's on his right. It's kind of a meditation posture, where he lies like a sexy woman waiting to be like, like waiting for a man. Like
to be
his
drawn
leg
as
up,
one
like,
as one of his French girls.
yeah, exactly. But I bet that's a new way to see the Buddha. But it's a very
Put on some
interesting
smooth
discussion
jazz.
when we look at this, because well, yeah, I'm sure Google's full of gaslighting. I agree.
I mean,
And
they're-
we don't
full-
know whether we were gaslit when we were children as well, because of the system we were in. I didn't believe everything they told me in school then, and so I don't believe. I find it hard to believe anything. Like, you can't get me to decide whether the Earth is concave, convex, round, flat, a toric field. Like, I don't know what it is. Okay, they try to tell me so much nonsense that I want to outright reject what they've told me, right? As an instinct, like, okay, they told me it's wrong, it must be wrong, but I'm not going to be stubborn about it, if that makes sense. I'm going to keep an open mind. But the whole story with the heart is a really interesting story, because if you consider the flow of the energy, the pranic field, even the Ida is flowing down the left side of the spine, and the Pingala is flowing up the right side of the spine. So there's this consistency of flow of energy, and you can feel it. Like, you can feel it in your left foot. Like, your left foot is masculine, yeah, and your right foot is feminine. Your right foot wants to receive energy, and your left foot wants to expand energy. And then your left hand is receptive, and your right hand is projective. So, you want to deflect with your left, and you want to strike with your right more often, right?
Mhm.
Out of an instinct, because it's take, give. Take, give. So the body has a sort of intelligence to the way it's designed. And you want to start your first foot, you want to step forward with your left foot normally. Obviously, right and left-handed people it's going to be inverted, but as a normal trend, because your right leg should be stronger as a base, more stable. Your left foot would then be able to move. Does that make sense? So the first journey would be a step with the left, the first step in a journey, and then act as a pivot to carry the power of the right. So the give and take of this makes sense, because you give out with your left energy, with your left foot, and then you receive with your right foot the new land that has been given to you by your left foot. Does that make any sense in a weird way?
It does, but like I'm thinking back of the Romans and their customs. I guess all men do think about the Roman Empire, because they would step in with their right foot first and over the threshold, not even on the threshold, but make sure that you're over the threshold, right foot first.
That's
in snowboarding, if you step over right first, I think it's called goofy foot. So I think usually people step to the left naturally.
Yeah, with boarding, yeah, or even skateboarding, like there are two different ways. Either you stand with your I believe if you're like your right foot is on the board, if it's called goof.
Goofy.
Yeah, no, it's called goof if your left foot is on the board and you turn your
the
right
left is natural.
on.
Oh, yeah, no, the left foot forward is natural.
They call that fairy punching sometimes. I don't know. That's something.
Well,
I'm
in
not-
surfing, yeah, in surfing it's natural. But like if you right foot forward with surfing, I first started surfing goofy, but then there was a good wave for natural, so I switched to natural because like where I was surfing the most, it was way better to be natural. So my first instinct was to be goofy, but then I became natural. And the same with skateboarding as well. Interesting.
So when you're goofy, you push with your left foot. You push off, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then other ways.
Because I was originally right-handed, and then I became left-handed.
Oh, okay.
No, I was originally left-handed, then I became right-handed.
Yeah,
so I'm ambidextrous.
Yep. See, I'm right-handed, but I skateboard left-handed.
Yeah, that's interesting. Goofy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe
I
maybe you were also originally left-handed, but then you became right-handed, and you just didn't realize. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Maybe you were born. Okay, my son was born left-handed, and I gave him things to the right. So, like, where you get stuff given to you as a child changes your orientation. Like, there's a lot of different things that can feature. And I figured, like, if you're born right-handed, become left-handed and become ambidextrous. If you're born left-handed, become right-handed, become ambidextrous. It's the best of both worlds, no? If you think about it, like, logically. Your brain should be more able to operate in two different planes. Because which hand you use is going to affect which brain connection, synaptic values are being triggered by the visceral experience. But it's very interesting because now we're looking at the polarities of the tree of life, and the polarities and how they fit into each other. And so if you are left-handed, you are more emotionally inclined. You should be. If you're right-handed, you should be more rationally inclined. So a lot of left-handed people are very artistic. Yeah.
I mean, that even
And
checks
very-
out if you look at the political spectrum today,
Interesting.
because it's the people on, well, what is now the left who rule or react purely from emotion, purely from feelings, and it's the right, or I mean, not that the right is perfect, but they seem to be the ones who are more mental. They actually think about it. They don't just react. They don't just, emote. They're more rational, when it used to be the other way around. I believe that the left was more, I don't know, but in the modern day political spectrum, it's the left who is purely emotion based, and the right who is really, maybe not purely, but mostly mental, rational based.
I think they switch them around every number of years to mess with our heads.
I think it's the
Um,
opposite.
So the
Right.
like the
Intuitive. and-
the conservatives play the role of being. Sorry, what were you saying?
I think right is intuitive and left is analytical.
With
I thought it was the opposite.
no, your left hemisphere is the left hemisphere of your brain is the creative side, I believe. And
No.
I think the
right
the
side
left
is the-
hemisphere of the brain is more logical, and the right hemisphere of the brain is more
Creative. Intuitive.
more emotional.
Emotional.
So then,
And so
indeed,
the
on the
emotional
political
center
spectrum,
opens creativity. Like you feel color more and sound more.
Feeling based thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like kind of intuitive.
Yeah, no, you're right. The left side
And
is
they rule the opposite side of the body. So the right side of the brain rules the left hand.
Yeah,
And the
that's-
left side of the brain rules the right hand. They're
they
like,
roll opposite sides of the body.
isn't it interesting how we're wired that way? Does it make sense that that the right side of your body, wouldn't it be much more logical if the right side was just wired into the right? Like if you were building a robot, would you wire the right arm into the left side of the robot's head, or would you wire it into the right side? If
Well,
that makes sense.
that's the X. That's the cross again. Or even if you like plateau it above and below, you have the dual pyramids, the as above, so below again.
I've been dying to ask you a question, Aaron. What happened to your backdrop?
Oh, I did have the ruin backdrop for quite a while, and then I had recorded a video a few weeks ago, and I switched it up to my cross and my staff, and then I've just kind of left it there for a while. So the staff was one that I got. I was on I think it was when I was out for the eclipse, and I was out on my altered state of consciousness adventure in the forest, and I came across this staff, and I just had one of the voices that said, hey, you need to pick up this staff. It's going to be important for the rest of your journey, just the intuition. And so I found this one, and it's a hardwood staff, and I ended up needing it for a dog that ended up trying to attack me as I was going home. So the staff was like me being Gandalf and being like, you shall not pass. And it worked out perfectly. So
That's
now
awesome.
it's one of my power objects. And the cross I got as a gift from someone that I met at a park in Texas. So I just changing up the energy a little bit. And then there's also just been the influx of the Orthodox Christian energy, and then also the Islam energy as well. And so sometimes I also just like to throw some different things in there to kind of confuse people. I talk about a lot of wild things, but then you've got the cross on the back, and it's kind of also a little confusing. But I do like the Christian mysticism. And I also like the ruins and pagans.
I think a lot of people follow the teachings of Jesus, but they're not identifying as Christian.
In a way, yeah, definitely. I mean, just by being a decent human being, you're pretty much following the 10 Commandments anyway.
Yeah, body is the temple.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely haunted. It has a skeleton inside. Ancient, decrepit, breaking down, haunted. Yeah, definitely a temple.
Yeah, that is, the whole idea of our temples, to go into the temple. And
it's the seat of
once
God,
again, right? This is the head, what they call hot. But I think that, you see, when you listen to the way in which the Native American chants the Paleo-Hebrew language, it's different to the way the Jews chant it. And the Native Americans, you know what? I trust them more.
Oh,
call me old-fashioned. It's not an anti-Semitic thing. I just trust the Native American people more, because they haven't been politicized. So there's less of an agenda there, and more of just people. In fact, they've been downtrodden, which says a lot about, like, the honest people are normally the people that get downtrodden, right?
Yeah.
It's normally the not honest people that trot down. So when you look at the way they chant words, it's interesting. Like a classic example, they call Moshe Moses, but in the Native American, it's Mishi. It's where you got Lake Michigan and Mississippi, right? So these places are named after Moses, but the vowels are different. So instead of hot, Mishi, hid, hot, hid. The same Moshe becoming Mishi, the Mishiki people are the people from Mishi that, like, according to their writings, they traveled for how many years through the wilderness, looking for the land of milk and honey, being led by Mishi, their saint, their guys. So, like, you can literally hear the language when they're chanting around the fire. It's I am what I will be. I am that I am, basically. So that's Paleo Hebrew that they're chanting. So, like, they've tried to hide these like linguistic connections from us, right? Like, whoever they are, like the educators, historians, the people that are, basically getting doctorates and whatever, because they've based their work upon somebody else's work, who's based their work upon somebody else's work. So it's like a tree, and they're following that tree of branches of knowledge, so-called knowledge, ideas, belief, which they then give to us as the fact, because they've got a PhD to prove that they know what they're talking about. And so I think that hit is like a better pronunciation of that word. And I think, like, we've got to start really looking at a lot of our words, the way we pronounce them, because I think there's something to it. And so when you look at hit relating to the eighth sphere of the Kabbalist tree, it suddenly makes so much sense, because it's about rational logic. It's the logos. that sphere is the sphere of the logos. It's a sphere of rational thinking and of intellectual inquiry, which is exactly what your head is. So it is like an interesting concept. I'm not sure where I was going.
Linguistics is it's so important. If you change the language, you can change a people entirely. English isn't my native language. That's Dutch, and I can definitely tell you that I am, which is kind of odd, but I am not the same person when speaking English as when I am speaking Dutch. Something changes, something is different somehow, just because I'm speaking a different language. And that whole linguistics, it reminds me of the Box Saga, which is said to be another ancient text coming out of Finland. I've done a few shows and a whole roundtable about it. Not sure if I'm buying the whole story, but what they do very well is go into the linguistics, the sound system of the alphabet, the Alpha Beta. So like I'll give them that, even though the story is a bit the fact that they connect so many things and can make so many connections just by sounding out certain words, like changing or like changing it up a little, breaking up words, and which gives it a whole different meaning. Breaking up one word in 3 different words, all those words having a different meaning, giving the whole word itself, or the sentence in which the word is used, a whole different meaning. They're very much into looking into linguistics, the sound system. So that's all very interesting. Language is it can connect us, it can divide us, and it's just so important in everything. I mean, you can literally become a millionaire if your ability to speak is just so good. Like, you can just stand in front of a crowd of thousands and just talk, just speak, just tell a story, and become so rich of it by just using words, by just using language. I'm a big pro wrestling fan myself. It is so important in that sport, not just to be an athlete, but to be good on the microphone as well. Because, like, you're literally telling your story on the mic, you're telling your story in the ring. If you are heinous on the microphone, if you're just not able to convey the crowd that whatever you're telling is real, then nobody's going to believe you. Nobody's going to want to watch your match. So
What are we talking about there?
language, speaking, and how it's so important.
You were talking about a sport.
Yeah, pro wrestling.
Wrestling.
Giving
Professional
promos
wrestling.
on the mic.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out which sport you're talking about. Yeah, no, completely.
I'm a big wrestling fan. I can connect everything to wrestling if I have to. But yeah, just language, how it has changed over the years, how it seems to change with each generation, even.
I like to ask people who speak multiple languages if they think differently or if they're a different person when they speak different languages, because it's really interesting to get the different answers. Because there's people that are like how you're describing your own relationship, that you're like, oh, I recognize it's like almost like two different people. But then there's also people that they're like scholars, and they're like, oh, I speak 8 different languages and I have them all textbook with perfect grammar and blah blah blah, but they're analytical about it and there's like no relationship. Versus there are some people that they're deeply connected with the memories they had in one relationship, and they recognize like the ancestral connection and the deeper memories behind that. And it's a good way for me to quickly be able to like identify the different type of individual that's inhabiting, the human form that I'm interacting with.
Yeah, that's very interesting because I was in an Afrikaans school when I was young. So I had 2 first languages in school. And so I could, I speak Afrikaans, which is very similar to Dutch. And because I was in a school where like everything was in that language. And it definitely it changed me when I went to English. When I went to India and I stopped speaking English, I started speaking Hindi and other dialects. I literally forgot how to speak my own first language, to the point that when I got back to England, people were asking me if English was my second language. Not a word of a lie. People were like saying, like, is English your second language? I was like, my grammar was like us there going, because that's how you speak in Hindi. You don't add in all these extra grammar bits. And so I'd like literally, I didn't speak very much, but when I spoke, it was in Hindi or in Urdu or a Pahari dialect or something. So, but you're right. Like, I feel so playful when I speak Hindi. Now I only speak Hindi when I'm making a joke, which is hilarious. Like, well, I don't really speak Hindi. I don't really get an opportunity. Mere Hindi bhasha kam se kam abhi nahi jante hoga. I've almost like forgotten, but you can hear it's a very playful language, isn't it? Like it's like you feel like a little gnome, like.
No, but I think that's interesting with the European languages as well. Like everyone associates. Oh, it's getting late. They associate German with this being this very aggressive, harsh, just And I mean, Dutch really isn't any better. I mean, Dutch, we're known for a hard G, So everyone's always making fun of that until you challenge them to actually do it, and they're like, "Oh no, not me." People find French like such a romantic language because it flows. It's a flowy language. Same with Italian, for example. But then again, Spanish is, I don't know, like speaking speed times 2, even though it's like a regular pace for the Spanish language.
And Portuguese sounds so different, but it's not that different.
Yeah, and then like you have Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese. You have Spanish. You have Mexican, and even in the South American countries, it's all a different form of Spanish, but it's not Spanish.
Yeah, I learned some Asian languages like Japanese and Chinese. I've really felt at home with Asian languages more, and I had a natural inclination to
seriously do Chinese
accent. Yeah.
My ex-girlfriend tried to teach me Chinese. I was like, "You kidding?" Like your voice will go, "Oh,
yeah."
You got to change the tone of your voice when you speak. You got to go,
yeah.
It's very playful.
And I'm like, she was like, "No, not like that. Your voice must go up." I'm like, I'm doing what you say, like what you're doing. Like, no,
Chinese
you're
is a
not.
language
You're
of
saying toilet paper. We're talking about rice. You know.
no, but that's Chinese, right? That's like the language of intonations. So
So if I speak Mandarin, I would say 我是罗伯特.
Yeah.
Then like
His voice goes up and down. Like,
yeah, I have to use the right tones. And it's kind of like a song. But when I speak Japanese, domo arigato, I feel like very like macho, like, and I speak with gusto.
yes.
So I feel like
yeah. Oh
past
shit.
life kind of
It's
like
all in your guts.
familiarity.
Arigato.
Like I already know how to speak, but I speak
Ayo-san,
with
arigato.
kind of my past life.
No, that's funny. I never considered that. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, good one.
Plus, if you have like a natural familiarity with another culture that you're not from, it's usually an inclination of past life there or something. So a lot of people think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, or even, I mean, that's a big part. Well, everywhere really. Regional accents, or just like accents within, within the same city or same province. Like I'm from Leiden, the Netherlands. The city accent of like true Leids is so vastly different than how people in Amsterdam or Rotterdam or The Hague talk. It's both Dutch, like all of it is Dutch, barely. But if you have someone who is born and raised in Leiden, never like has always lived there, and someone who was born and raised in The Hague has always lived there, they sound so vastly different, even though it's like a 10-15 minutes car ride removed from each other. So two cities very close to each other, both speak Dutch, but with an accent that is so vastly different. And
Okay.
even with my English, sorry, I'll sorry.
My travels blew my mind. I got to a little place called Abergavenny in Wales. And I swear as God is my witness, the accent changes within 50 yards.
Yeah, it does.
And from one side of the town, this tiny village, to the other side of the tiny village, the accents are like chalk and cheese. You can literally spend enough time in Abergavenny, you can tell, you're from the north of town, you're from the east, you're from the center of town, you're from... That's like interesting what you're saying. And like you see that in a microcosm, it's mind-blowing. Cape Town is... I think you've got it everywhere, you just don't notice it. Like you can tell if someone's from an upper class area, or you can tell if someone's from a lower class area, like East London in it, or from the West End, from the West End, or from East London in it. Nah, I'm from Holborn, mate. I'm from South London in it.
Or if you go further up north, the Geordie accent.
It's like even London's got a whole lot of accents in that one city.
Yeah.
And it becomes a sort of a financial indicator to a certain degree, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like
it's interesting.
A class system within the language.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing, isn't it?
So even within the same language, there are layers. Within the same town, there are layers depending on how you speak your English. Wow. Yeah, because you have the very, very posh English, of course, and then the lower class, more brutish, simplified, maybe English.
But there's quite a lot of different gradations of it. And if you can tell where someone's from, you can get an idea of their financial status to a certain degree.
Language tree, if you will.
Yeah. It's interesting.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, we can relate this to the tree of life, because in different regions, you have the trees develop differently based on what the temperature of the wind is, or how strong it's blowing. It affects how
Mhm.
the tree actually forms, the different stresses that are on it, the different temperatures when the seasons change, whether it's like a rainforest and the leaves don't fall if it gets cold. So it's almost like, it changes some of the dynamics of the human being based on how they're utilizing and exposed to different forms of breath and different tonalities or different temperatures.
That's even the case with animals. I know that some research has been done into it, but I believe it was with ducks, that the ducks in France, like the same species of ducks, but in Canada, for example, literally quack differently. Their quacks sound different, even though they're the same type of duck.
What a cool bit of research to have done.
Oh.
Some lucky scientist got to go around listening to duck quacks. Like, this is my work. This is what I do. That would be pretty fun, wouldn't you think?
So
Yeah.
even animals have accents. Even animals have regional accents.
There's in the tree of the languages of our world, there's thousands of undocumented languages in the South Pacific Islands.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of those people who live in the jungle and tropical regions have to live in trees, in tree houses. So their lives are in trees, and they rely on the trees for everything, because on the rainforest floor, there's like ants that will like eat you alive at night while you sleep,
Yeah.
carry you
Okay.
up.
Like ants could take over the world if they wanted to. There are 125 million ants for
Yeah.
every human on the planet. Like, go fight off 125 million ants at the same time.
Let alone on
The
the
most
party.
dangerous ants I ever came across lived in trees.
Yeah, they do live in trees, but it's hard for them to travel up to a tree.
I mean, they make nests
Large
in
numbers.
trees. There's a certain kind of an ant that looks suspiciously like a spider, but it's an ant.
Hmm.
But it's got a web.
What? That's
Yeah.
awesome.
And some of the ants, they stand up. They got this big metathorax, and they stand up like this.
Mhm.
And their bodies are like that, then that, and like that. You know the ones I'm talking about. You get loads of different ants. Anyway, the first time I saw a similar ant to that was in Nepal. I saw this ant cruising on a web. I was like, no, you're kidding me. It's not real. Then I went to Sri Lanka, and I saw these ants, and they spin these big pods of leaves that they hang them in the tree. And if there's been storms and these pods fall on the floor and you step on them, they attack you. They are like heavy. They come at you and you actually get dizzy from the venom of them,
Dang.
like all jumping and biting on you, and you got to run because they're coming. They're coming for you. Now they all know you're there. They're coming for you. Like literally, you got to run away from the ants because they're coming for you, bro. And they come. They come. If you're standing there, you see them coming. Like, oh my gosh, they're coming. Like they're all coming at you. And I used to do a lot of research with the ants when I lived in the jungles of Sri Lanka. Like I used to interact with the ants in a way and observe that it's like one intelligence. And then there'd be like this group of ants there, and I'd like direct this ants to come to this ants. And after that, when they met, you'd see that they'd like these ants would go into formation, like a military formation. Those ants will go into a military formation. Then some of the ants will go out. They'll send out like a certain group. They'll go and research. And then this mind will be starting to say, no, I'm not going to mess with these guys. And they'll start like from the back filing off, but it's like a single entity. If you watch them, if you like, they are like really interesting. They've got like one consciousness operating the whole thing. And you can tell what they're doing because when this thing decides to do something, they're all doing it.
So
And you can see that this thing is using some of its ants to test and probe these ants. And these ants are using some of their ants. It's like watching two armies, yeah, on a battlefield, and then deciding that's got a bigger military presence. We're gonna like retreat. It's incredible to watch. And some of those ants can bite like mad, man.
oh yeah.
They can bite like crazy.
I mean, I know. I mean, I have this from the movie. What is it? Apocalypta or something like that, the Mel Gibson movie. But I do believe that it's definitely the case that in that in certain regions of the world, like you have indeed those ants that like bite like crazy, but they actually use the jaws as a makeshift or as makeshift stitches. Like that's how hard they can bite. You just let the ants like bite the wound, basically clamping it shut, and then it's very brutal, but like twist off the body. I mean, I know that's been done in or that's how they portrayed it in the movie, but it wouldn't surprise me if that is how some like native tribes in in the jungle would do it.
Now, I tell you, the one thing that I was really wary of when I lived in Sri Lanka was the ants.
Go figure.
And I actually stayed just now. I studied the ants. I studied them like really intently to study ley lines, to study how they like live. And I used their ant castles as toilets, because you find an ant castle that's empty, and you get you chop off the top to make it flat like a toilet seat, and you get a stick and you ram, and there's like lots of little paths, and you ram the paths together, and you make this deep hole. So you got this cool seat that's been designed for you. Just chop off the top, and you ram the hole all the way down, and you knock it down so that it goes deep into the ground. And then when you pour water in it, it takes all of your stuff into different places under the ground, if that makes sense. So you can reuse that toilet a lot of times, and it's not smelly. When it gets a bit much, then you just smash it in from the top, and it just becomes a pile of mud or sand. It's sealed in hermetically, almost.
Wow.
So those were my toilets. Like,
That's
nature provides you with a toilet. Like, why not use a toilet? Why dig a hole every time?
If I ever find myself in the jungle in need of a relief, I'll keep it in mind. I'll just think back to the wise words of the bush whisperer: find an ant castle.
Just make sure there's no ants in there.
Yeah. Oh,
They'll literally eat you.
oh, no, thanks.
They'll eat you from the inside out.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, even better. Yeah, no, that's totally what I want crawling up there.
I felt more safe with a wild boar in front of me kicking the ground. They got big tusks there. They weigh like 200 kilos. I don't know what they weigh, but they're big.
Yeah.
They got big tusks. They can impale you on those tusks. They can like murder you if they wanted to, but they don't. Or, big snakes. There's big snakes in the jungle, big ones. I felt more safe with like a big snake next to me than I did being near those ants.
I mean, yeah, like the snake and the boar, you see them coming. Like the ants, like all of a sudden, there's like a couple million ants trying to.
The snake doesn't have a reason to do anything to you. Neither does the boar.
Yeah.
The ants will eat you.
Ants are just bastards. Oh man.
Yeah. Scary. What happened to Aaron? He fell off.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that we've reached the 5 we've gone over the 5-hour mark. We've got to close it down. I don't know how much time I've got. I've got like a few minutes.
I mean, I promised the wifey.
But yeah, what's the last bits you guys want to add on the table?
I just want to say that I thoroughly enjoyed this again. We definitely touched on a few interesting topics. All of them like worth their own show, their own roundtable, really, including the ants. Like, why not? But yeah, no, it's been awesome. Again, even though I told the wifey I'd be off like 2 hours ago. I just can't believe these roundtables. Like, then you bring something up, or Indy brings something up, or Aaron brings something up, and I'm like, ooh, tell me more. So yeah, thanks for having me on again, man.
Yeah, thank you, Franklin, for having us on, and thanks for the audience and everybody in the chats, and thanks to Stein and Aaron and Soraya, everybody coming on. Yeah, and I wanted to say in closing, that we hear about the oak tree being the king of the forest, and the queen of the forest for the Druids is the birch tree, if I'm not mistaken, and the healing maiden tree is the willow tree, from which we get aspirin from its bark.
Yeah, man. Well, thank you both, and thank you, Soraya. It's been fun for me to thank you, Rob, and thank you, Bernardine, and everybody else in the chat that's still here. There's still a number of you here. And Mexico and everybody else who was a part of the discussion. Sending you all big love. Thank you, Aaron. He obviously probably his husky was calling him. Time to deal with his husky. Take him out. My dog's Henry just came to me now. Told me he's gonna pee on the floor if I don't let him out soon. He told me in like buzz vibes, and I know him because he doesn't threaten once. He doesn't threaten twice. He's like, I'm gonna pee on the floor. Much love. Thank you, Indy. Thank you, Soraya, dear. I don't know if Soraya can hear me.
You're welcome.
Is there anything that you didn't add that you wanted to add?
Just the thing that I don't believe in dinosaurs. I really
also
don't believe in
that
them.
they're not what we think they are. I believe they're dragons.
They're dragons, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you look at the Chinese zodiac.
Exactly.
Every animal is still alive, is still existing, except the dragons.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm on that page too, and they actually speak about the other planet in the Sumerian text as being a planet of dragons.
True, you were speaking about that.
So it's like they didn't have
where
dinosaurs.
lizards and the dragons live.
There's only ever been dragons.
Yeah, if you take a good look at the skeletons of those so-called dinosaurs, they have much more similarities to what a dragon looks like, or what large lizards look like, than anything else.
I mean, that is assuming that they are indeed extinct and not still living somewhere.
Living somewhere. Interesting concept. Interesting concept. Well, sending you guys big love, blessings, and Ori's starting to get nervy as well. They haven't had a pee in a long time. Sending you guys big love.
Good thing to let them out then.
When the Malamute pees, by the way, he's a 60-kilo dog. So when he pees, he pees.
That's a lot.
That's a big
I'm
pee.
not like paying attention and he
Go hurry up then. Otherwise, you've got a lot to clean up.
When the little one pees, I can just, it's like a small thing to clean up because he's a Pekingese. He's tiny. Sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, honor, respect. Thank you guys. Longado, much love. Much love to you. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I hope you got what you came for. I totally loved it. It was lovely having you guys. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Life is just so short. Om Shanti.
I'm
Bless.
sorry.
Bye bye.
Bye.